Team managers for the senior men's Epee team, Scotland and India, please could you come upstairs to do the draw. Team managers, men's Epee team, Scotland, India, please.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to University of East London Sports Stock for the first of our team finals this afternoon. And this is the women's senior team sabre final. And it is going to be between England and Australia, happening here on this finals piste. And I'm delighted to be joined by Team GB Olympian from London 2012 and multiple-time senior British champion, James Honeyburn. James, thanks for joining us.
No, thank you very much, Rob. My pleasure. My pleasure. And hopefully we've got an exciting final ahead of us.
Absolutely. So both of these teams have come through, quite challenging semi-finals, and you know a number of these athletes quite well, particularly on the England side. You're also experienced in finals, big events like this. What is it that you're going to be looking for in these sort of opening exchanges, particularly these opening couple of legs, that's going to give you an indication of how the match is going to go?
Absolutely, yeah. No. So I mean, with a team event, each match can be different. Sometimes one team can be a little bit slow out the blocks. I think when it comes to sabre, it's those last three legs that are the most important. Regardless of what the score is going into the last three legs, anything can happen.
And when we look at
each team has strong fencers. The Veronica Vasilyeva, the young Australian girl, I believe she's still a cadet. She's had a fantastic championships, coming second in the individual. And then obviously Sophia on the England side. I think that last fight will be very important. And the score going into that will obviously be key. But then anything can happen. You can always have a big turnaround, especially in sabre.
Absolutely. So you know a little bit about particularly England athletes. How would you be expecting them to come out? What are you going to be looking for that's going to tell you that whether they're sort of on or really feeling the occasion this afternoon?
I mean, with sabre here, as we are in 2022, the attack is more prevalent than ever. And realistically, if you want to be winning big matches, you have to be landing a high percentage of your attacks. If you're missing 50-60% of your attacks, you're in big trouble. I think that will be the difference. You've got to be strong in the middle, have a good preparation to set yourself up to get that attack. When you're defending, you can get some big hits, some exciting parry posts, some stop hits, making people miss on the back line, things like that. But I think it's the bread and butter actions that are going to be the difference in this final. You've got to be scoring hits, you've got to be scoring those bread and butter ones, and then supplement them with the exciting parry posts on the back line and things like that. But you've got to be landing your attacks, good preparation at the beginning of each hit, and being solid, I think.
So it's not the stuff that we're looking for here on the live stream that's going to make the difference. It's going to be the everyday workhorse that is the attack.
Yeah, I think so. But saying that, it's when you score that flick stop hit in the middle of the piece, there is those exciting ones. They can make or break a match. Once you've got that flick stop hit in the middle, maybe the other fencer loses all confidence in their attack, which allows you to then take the attack. So it's one of those confusing things where if you can be strong defensively, that allows you to be strong offensively.
It's the psychology of the match, isn't it?
Exactly.
That psychology is going to play out on a number of different levels, isn't it? Because it's an individual, there's the individual context of the confidence in your own actions, but also, what's the difference in a team match?
What do you mean?
With the psychology of the team match, how does that differ from the individual match?
Hugely. I mean, when you're in an individual, you're fencing by yourself, and obviously huge pressure. But it's all on you. When you're fencing in this, if you lose a hit or two hits in a row, not only worried about you losing the fight, but you look back and you've got your teammate sitting there in front of you. You want to be winning for them. It's a team effort. I mean, having been in the British team for however many years, the big thing we would always say in our little huddle before is that we win together and lose together. You can win a match. Maybe it comes down to the last fight. It's 40-30, and you can score 14 hits to get it back to 44. But if the other fencer scores their 5, then they've won. And it doesn't matter that you've had a fantastic leg, scored loads of hits and fenced really well. It's about which team comes out on top. Indicators mean nothing at the end of the day. It's about which team wins.
We're just plugging on. It looks like we're going to be opening with Hajj for Australia and Potter for England. Hajj, I believe, finishing, I think she finished in the top 16 of the individual event. Just check that in a moment. Potter, senior bronze medal in the individual, and she'd also had a bronze medal in the junior event in 2018 that took place in Newcastle. She'll be closing out for England. I imagine she'll be looking to get England off to a good start.
Absolutely. So, I mean, the difference, obviously, when you've got a team match, one team is 1-2-3, the other is 4-5-6. It can make a big difference. Some teams prefer 1-2-3, some teams prefer 4-5-6. and it changes on the makeup of your team. If you've got a really strong finisher, 4-5-6 can be better. England with the 1-2-3 order, meaning that Sophia, who's their finisher, is also starting here. So she'll be wanting to get them off to a strong start.
She did that spectacularly well in the semi-final. 5-0 was her first score. She'll be looking to repeat something like that here. Hajj off the line.
Yeah, so I mean that was a good action from Sophia, from Potter there, with the remise from Hajj, from the Australians. She came out strong. Sophia tried to make something happen. Like I said, it was a good idea, but it just didn't quite pan out then.
And now it's precise in the middle from Hajj. She goes in, gets ahead of Potter.
Exactly. Very, very small mistake from Potter there with her hand just coming back a tiny bit. That's what I'm talking about. Both of them missing long attacks there. And again, maybe a lack of confidence from Sophia on her attack there. She misses quite easily at the beginning. Hajj immediately misses again. But Sophia maybe a little bit lacking confidence to take the attack herself. And again, another full short from Sophia there. A strong attack there.
Hajj has started this brilliantly. 4-0 up. Nerves from Potter?
Yeah, I think so. She doesn't look comfortable. She's kind of rushing at the beginning a little bit. Hajj has just got a little bit more composure at the minute and is, as I said, those bread and butter hits, those are the ones she's putting away. Yeah, attack stop there from Hajj, and then Potter takes the reprise.
She just seemed to slow down right at the start then, did Sophia Potter. Just gave herself more time, and the same again.
Exactly. Once you've got that good preparation, now Sophia's changed her preparation. Hajj is committing first. Sophia can pick up on the mistakes the other way around now. Again, it's a decision for the referee here.
And he says
very close between attack touche and attack no. I think that's fair.
Hajj sends referee Andreas Duvs to video, wants another look. Did it clip the wrist first time, or was it the second action? And you said, right, Sophia Potter, she went 4-0 down, and you're saying she feels like she's rushing, it feels like she's just getting through her actions, but now she's slowed down at the start, and immediately now, back within one. It makes such a difference, doesn't it, that first step?
For sure. And it's now important to see how Hajj reacts to that. Will she slow her preparation down a little bit? But Sophia on the attack again there. They both stop. Sophia reacts just that little bit quicker. Again, another bread and butter hit, little reprise in the middle of the piece.
This is surely the attack from Hajj.
Absolutely. If you see on that last hit, both of them changed their preparations again. Sophia went back to that very fast preparation that wasn't working at the beginning. Not necessarily a bad idea to continually change your preparation, but Hajj reading it and with a very strong attack.
I guess it's sort of the why are you changing it, right? Are you changing it because this is the tactically right thing to do, or are you feeling like you need to make a change, you need to do something different, or you're going to get hit?
Exactly, yeah. It's that thing. You're in your own head going, I've done this 3 times in a row now and it's worked. Is she going to work it out? Is she not going to work it out? Maybe Sophia felt that she needed to change because Hajj would change. Hajj didn't. Sophia changed, and it was the wrong call on that. But that was I think it's a good first match for both teams, and easing us in.
So we have now Veronika Vasilyeva on our left coming on for Australia, individual silver medalist. As you said at the start, she's still an under-17 fencer, has been really a force on the under-17 and the under-20 international circuit this season. What have you seen of this young Australian fencer, James?
I mean, she's so strong. Again, on there we go. I mean, a very, very short preparation, taking the attack, Karnak giving it away very easily. So from what I've seen, Vasylieva's been very strong on the attack. Her long defense isn't maybe her strongest point, but she's very patient here, working, using the whole piece, and it pays off.
Patience. She misses down by her back line and then works all the way to her own back line.
Exactly. It's so much harder to do an attack over 14 meters. If you counter-attack early, you can give a soft hit away, and a lovely parry post there. Lovely parry post. Vasilyeva is really dictating the rhythm of this fight early doors. Again with the reprise there.
Vasilyeva coming off the line aggressively, forcing a response from Karnak, and not just a response, but forcing her over the back line.
I don't think Karnak's really found her rhythm yet. She looks a little bit uncomfortable. Another lovely parry riposte.
Vasilyeva looking very strong in the opening exchanges.
Mixing it up between attack and defense. She's in complete control here.
And an aggressive attack off the line to take it to 10. Veronika Vasilyeva, individual silver medalist. And a 6-hit lead for Australia over England in this final.
Absolutely, yeah. It's always an interesting one in those first couple of fights. Obviously, Vasilyeva is their finisher. She is their strongest fencer, I think, in my opinion, at least anyway. And then obviously Karnak there is their third last fencer. Some teams try and be a bit cute and clever with their order. I think both teams have probably played it pretty safe here and gone with the most experienced or strongest fencer last. So yeah, it's always a danger match for England there when you've got the number 1 of Australia versus the number 3 of England, and that one probably came out as you'd expect. But hopefully Karnak can kind of find a little bit more rhythm for the next match.
So now we have Zhao of Australia up against Robins-Wilkinson of England. Robins-Wilkinson, probably the star performer in the semi-final against India. What would you expect to see from the... Oh, is this a parry? It is a parry.
Both of them there, very patient on their attacks, but staying aggressive, but also using the whole piece in defence. It's a lovely first hit. Here goes Sam McLaughlin giving attack non-correct, attack on preparation from the Australian there. It's a 50-50 hit for me. Both ways are okay.
Zhao on the front foot.
Very, very strong attack there. And you saw Robins-Wilkinson kind of not using the whole piece like she just had done a second ago, allowing Zhao to have that very strong attack.
On the defence again, Robins-Wilkinson spending a lot of time in her half of the piece so far.
Lovely, lovely attack. And the thing is there, you've got Robins-Wilkinson, she's creating opportunities for herself. She's taking the parry, but she's just giving it away a little bit too easily by riposting straight away, giving the attack straight back. And again there, that time she had her distance slightly better, so she's able to get that immediate riposte. If I'm in the England corner right now, I'm telling her to take her time, and again missing her riposte straight away. As I was just saying, I would be telling her to take her time on the attack, take her time on the riposte, and not be relying on these big parry ripostes going backwards like this. Zhao very, very strong on the attack. Even if she misses once, she's not going to miss 2 or 3 times.
And she's picked up the baton that Vasilyeva handed to her. 15-6, a 9-touch lead after 3 legs for Australia. They have come out strong.
Yeah, it's important now. Obviously, 3 wins, all 3 fights going in favour of the Australians, and as you said, a 9-hit lead. In Sabre, that is less important than it would be in foil or epee. It can all turn around very, very quickly. But England need to pick their heads up. They need to get a little bit more confidence. Confidence on their attack. As you were saying, nearly the whole time has been on the England half of the piece. England need to be a little bit more confident on their attacks. Once they've got that attack, confidence to move down the piece and finish strong.
We talked about the experience in team matches and how they develop over such a long period of time, 9 legs. If you're in the England box now, how are you charting a route back into this match? 9 hits, like you said, it's not a big lead. Are you looking at picking one match that you're going to go big on, or are you looking at clawing back in one match at a time? It's
hit by hit. Any match you can have a big turnaround. I think in this, even if England go 7-5, 8-5 for another couple of fights and just pick up the odd hit here and there, you can slowly work your way back in, or you can have a big match and a turnaround. It's just about going hit by hit. And another attack from Australia there. Karnak kind of not really being decisive in the middle. The Australian attacking direct. It's a lovely attack.
Hajj off the line. A dynamic attack.
Karnak needs to find her rhythm, fence in her way a little bit more and not worry about what the Australian's doing. Lovely. There we go. Much better parry riposte from Karnak. Hajj kind of sticking with her tried and tested attacks there. It's a nice attack, but it's an even better parry riposte. Needs to be confident on her attack here. There we go. Much better.
And she finds the land,
exactly.
finds the landing.
It's the first time we've really seen Australia kind of give away a slightly softer hit like that.
Karnak on the attack.
Lovely. There we go. That was what I was saying a minute ago. Having the confidence to wait in the middle, take the parry, and then push out the long attack after that. Not feeling the need to immediately riposte and potentially miss, but with a lovely strong attack.
Maybe the first time we've seen England moving with confidence. Karnak off the line, catches Hajj.
And you can see momentum is so important. Now the Australian feeling a little bit uncomfortable, not really knowing how to treat the middle of the piece. And another lovely parry riposte. Like I was saying earlier, momentum is so important in Sabre. Karnak has the feeling of this match now. Australian second guessing herself and she's not sure.
The riposte misses.
A very
Karnak
strong attack again.
Lands.
Once you've taken that parry, that's the hard bit. You've really got to be concentrated and make sure you get that riposte on. Hajj will be hitting herself for that one. Reprise from the right. Oh, no. Okay. fair enough. Again, a 50-50 one. For me, potentially Karnak started first. If I'm Karnak, I was going to say, yeah, I would be going to video. I'm not sure if Karnak went to video or if Andreas Duvis, the other referee, asked him to come and have a look at this one. If I was in the England box, I definitely would have been saying to go to video on that one. They both stop in the middle, and I think Karnak just starts moving again first. She takes the attack. Even though Hajj has a lovely, big, powerful step plunge, Karnak's moving first, so it is already her right of way.
Let's see.
For me.
The referees have looked again and they've had a conversation. They have come back, say attack no. Attack is from the left.
No change. They stay.
There's the attack. There's the defense from Karnak. Much stronger so far than in her first leg against Vasilyeva, but this time Hajj using the piece.
Exactly. Getting all the way back to those back 2 meters. The longer you have to attack, the harder it is, and you're more likely to make a mistake. Lovely defense from Hajj.
And there's the parry riposte.
The same parry riposte again. That's, I think, the 3rd or 4th parry riposte she's got in there. Lovely.
Again. 8 touches now for Karnak in this leg.
You can see Hajj isn't feeling comfortable attacking in the middle with Karnak scoring the lovely parry riposte. So then she gives the attack away, but Karnak strong on the attack. Hajj just moving early there. In Sabre moving early, huge advantage. So an immediate yellow card. There we go. As I was saying, Karnak with the cart parry riposte so many times, Hajj changing that time. Big feint to chest, finishing flank. Karnak going for the same parry riposte. From Karnak's side, honestly, I think that's a good idea. After scoring 4, you're not gonna change, but a good change from Hajj to close out the fight. As you were saying before, how are you looking to get back into the match if you're England? Like you're saying there, hit by hit. That will have changed the momentum of this match a little bit. Australia know they've got a match on their hands now. It's a really important leg now. Potter needs to come out strong like Karnak was there and continue to build on this.
So the first 3 legs, we saw the Australian momentum build, and it looked like it could be that the Australians were about to run away with this match. Karnak now, 8 points to 5 in that last leg. Has she got anything that she can hand on to Sophia Potter that means that she can now start to bring England back even more into this match?
Yeah, well, as I was saying, the momentum is so important. Australia will be feeling the pressure. Even though they're 6 points up, in any other match, they would be feeling great. But now, the momentum may have shifted. This is an important first couple of hits here.
Skips away, does Potter. Now she's building patiently, holding the distance, aggression, patience from Zhao, who defends.
Strong attack, strong. It's, as I would say, good all-round cricket. It's a good attack from Sophia all the way down the piece, but Zhao using the piece really well. It's a good hit.
Is it the parry? It absolutely is the parry. Fast off the line, Potter is ready. Onto the attack now, Zhao. She attacks, she misses. Potter skips away, builds now. Chasing, counter-attack is...
Lovely little stop hit there. As Sophia takes the blade, Zhao with a lovely little stop hit under the wrist. Really nice hit.
As what you said early doors, it's so much harder to attack over 14 meters, having to go the whole length of the piece every point than it is over 4, 5, 6 meters.
Exactly. It's about, as you're defending there, constantly making the attacker feel uncomfortable. Little preparations. Am I going to counter-attack now? Am I going to move? Am I going to look for your blade? Both with very big hands in the middle there. Also both big with their feet. Maybe there was the opportunity for a tempo there, but attack from Zhao. Another big attack, but first no. She comes in, she wants to finish on that action before, and even though she doesn't actually miss with her hand, the intention there was to finish, so attack no riposte touche. Reprise from Potter, yeah, absolutely.
And a scream from Potter, finally maybe getting herself fired up.
Exactly, this is a match now. Both teams know they're in it.
Big
decision
attack
to make
from Zhao.
Exactly, big attack. It's 50-50 whether it's attack touche or the first one, no. Sophia looking, should I video this? Coach says no. Yeah, no video. Andreas Stewart there saying maybe it could have been attack no, but as you're looking for the parry, it's attack touche. Sophia with the intention to take a parry riposte, Zhao avoiding it and finishing. And another big attack. Really nice. She prepares very big and aggressively. Sophia leaves a little bit too early in the middle. Zhao with a really big finish. Prepares big and then massive step lunge to finish. Really strong attack.
It's an important leg, you feel, for Zhao. She came on, she needed to do something. Yeah, there was the hint there, wasn't there, after Karnak's leg? Could this be a momentum shift that was about to change? Zhao came on. No, absolutely not.
Exactly. Potter will have wanted more from that match, and the England team will have wanted just to try and claw another hit or two back, and instead a couple more points up for Australia. And Vasilyeva without her clip on there. It's going to make it hard.
So Robins-Wilkinson on now against Vasilyeva. Vasilyeva so strong in her first leg. Absolutely. Against Tamara Karnak. 5-0.
This is a really important leg for England here. They need to stay in this match now.
What would you be looking for? What's the minimum they need?
Very strong. It's not necessarily a number of hits. It's more about how the match pans out. Australians need to still feel that they're under pressure. Lovely attack. There we go. I'm a big fan of a big aggressive attack like that. Now you have a lot of people doing a very patient pushing attack, which is also strong, but I'm a big fan of Ellen's really aggressive attack down the piece there. So hard to defend against. Doesn't give a moment for Vasilyeva to find anything.
And maybe the first time that someone's been able to, in this match, to actually stay on the front foot in the middle against Vasilyeva, not give ground to that aggressive preparation that she has. Oh, on the front foot again, Robins-Wilkinson.
More cautious this time. And a lovely finish. Vasilyeva is so strong in the middle of the piece on her long attack. If I'm in this England team, I'm trying to make the reprise there to get on the long attack. Lovely attack again. Staying aggressive. There we go. There was that momentum shift I was saying about again. There's a match on again now.
Skips out of the way, does Robins-Wilkinson. Patient build-up now.
Vasilyeva looking for the blade, but going into Ellen's guard there. Parapost, even though she's on the attack. Vasilyeva trying to work out a way back in.
4-1 so far for Robins-Wilkinson. 5-1, surely.
You can see Vasilyeva trying to slow it down a little bit here. Walk away, try and collect her thoughts. How can she get back in this match?
Robins-Wilkinson taking Vasilyeva on in the middle of the piece, matching her aggression. At the moment, she's got the edge.
Pulling out the old shoelace trick here.
It's a classic.
I think her shoelace was actually undone in this case, but little things like that, even that can change the rhythm of a match. Next hit's important.
Vasilyeva now on the attack for the first time.
There we go, exactly. She's back on the front foot. We've seen her miss so few attacks over this championships. And another very strong hit.
Riposte, no.
Yeah, again, we saw this from Robins-Wilkinson in the match before. Taking a really aggressive preparation, taking the parry, but just missing so quickly after the parry. Undoing the hard work. Can she land her long attack here? Lovely aggressive stuff.
It's one for James.
Oh, lovely, really nice. The way she pushes down the piece, gets Vasilyeva on her back foot, distance opens up, she holds, composure, finds some composure, and then another big finish. Lovely. Lovely parry post. Vasilyeva changing her preparation there, making Ellen commit early, and a lovely parry post.
Vasilyeva found her way back into this leg.
Massive attack again. Takes control. So important there. Ellen scored a number of hits early in that match, but Veronica kind of slowing the match down, like as we saw, pulling the old shoelace trick maybe, and it just takes a second. It can change the rhythm. 30-23, all very much still to play for as we go into these last three fights.
Fascinating matchup coming up here then. Zhao against Karnak. Karnak built some momentum in her last match. 8 touches she was able to score. However, Zhao then came on and she completely overturned the momentum that Karnak had built. They're now going to meet each other. Who's going to come out of this on the other end?
Something going on.
Definitely
Maybe,
something happening.
Karnak's had enough. She's out of here. Maybe she's coming to join us for a minute.
Let's get a nice on-piste interview. No wireless headphones here, so they need to come to us.
One of the things that will nearly always be said before a match, it's these last 3 legs that matter. Doesn't really, obviously it's important, but it's down to these last 3 legs. If you can win all of these, ultimately you win. So important. This is where you really start to feel the pressure as well. Each of these guys, this is their last fight. The final push for each of them, up against their counterpart of the other team.
I'd say this is the fascinating bit, isn't it? One versus your third ranked fencer versus your top versus the opponent's top ranked fencer. The second versus the third. It's how it plays out. But this is kind of the moment, isn't it? This is where you're almost coming up, particularly if you've got a sort of classical team setup like you described. This is where you're coming up against your opposite number.
Absolutely. And then you can have different kind of builds of a team. Maybe a team has a really, really strong fencer, and the other 2 aren't quite as strong. So often you'll find that strong fencer comes into the last fight losing. Maybe that's a normal situation, and they're used to turning over a big deficit. I think both of these teams, they're relatively evenly balanced. I think on the Australian side, Vasilyeva is their strongest weapon. She is their big gun. I think the England team a little bit more finely balanced. But yeah, very much all to play for coming into these last 3 fights. Maybe England pulling their own version of the shoelace trick here, just to take their time, take a moment before going on. I think Karnak's lost her glove.
Definitely putting a left-handed glove on, which, given that she's right-handed, is unexpected.
To quote Dodgeball, it will be hard to see with a blindfold on.
Right, Karnak looking to plug on now. Zhao waiting on the on-guard line. She has been so strong this match. She'll be looking now, and this is what you say though, isn't it, James? She's been so strong these last 2, in her first 2 legs. But actually, if she comes out of this leg and the lead is lost, or she gives up 10 hits, will she feel like she's had a good match?
Normally, it's what you do in that last match, as you said, but it's a team effort. Whoever gets to 45, if someone's had an absolutely horrendous match the whole way and their team wins, then you win. You can win all 3 of your fights really convincingly. If your team loses, then you've lost. It's gold and silver that's on the line here, not personal pride or indicators.
Karnak takes up the attack, holds, builds, patient. Zhao with the moment off the
back of the piece. There we go. Karnak very patient on her attack, pushing aggressively. Good stuff. To get someone off the back of the piece like that could be a strong little moment in the mind games.
Attack
from the left
from Zhao,
there. Very strong. Karnak undecided on what she was going to do there. Zhao straight direct attack.
Zhao very much decided.
Another big attack. Karnak needs to a little bit more decisive there. Does she want to make them full? Does she want to make a full short? Does she want to go tempo? Maybe decisive, but on the attack now.
This is maybe a dangerous moment on the back line.
Parry post on the back line. Again, as we've been saying, it's all about using the whole piece in defense. The longer you have to attack, the harder it is to do. Karnak with a massive parry post on the back line there. Lovely.
Is it the attack?
Attack from the left again. Karnak waiting on the line, a little bit indecisive. Zhao just straight, direct attack.
We saw it in that previous leg.
And again, same thing.
Decisive. We saw in the previous leg, Karnak was able to make the most of the mistakes that Hajj was making to score her points. Now we're out on the commitment. But Zhao, not making mistakes. She's committing to her attacks and backing herself every time, except
there's that parry post again. I think Karnak wants Zhao to do that big, massive step lunge off the line so she can look for that parry post or make full short.
Ooh.
Karnak, I think a bit early there. No cards from Sam. A direct attack again. Karnak wanting the parry post. Zhao watching, letting her go for the parry, changing to a different line. Really, really strong performance from Zhao.
5-4 to Zhao in that leg.
See, it's interesting. That was 5-4. From watching it, I would say momentum shifted back to Australia just from the way the match went again. The way those hits are scored. Huge, huge leg now. England have a lot to do. Going into that very last leg, you want to be in touching distance. If you're down 40-20 something, it is an enormous ask. England will be wanting to get as many on the board here. Ellen won't necessarily be, obviously she wants to get to 40, but this is about keeping England in touching distance here. But Australia have been relentless.
Here we go then. Robins-Wilkinson against Hajj. 35-27 to Australia.
Big attack, big attack.
Hajj finding her rhythm again with that attack. There it is, the preparation.
Hajj so excited about that, she's dropped her sabre.
I would too.
Now you see Robins-Wilkinson defending on the first hit, it's not working. Then she feels, I've got to do a big attack, I've got to be aggressive. But Hajj being smart there, preparing, watching, hitting her on preparation. Taking the
Hajj
reprise.
pressing now. Robins-Wilkinson skips away, parried.
Oh.
What happened there?
I think they both thought they'd hit each other. Maybe they both thought they'd been hit. Hajj half turned round. Obviously, the refs have video down there. They'll have a better idea. It's a very strange action. Ultimately, I think Robins-Wilkinson missed her attack. And then it's probably riposte for the Australian, but is she even facing... I'm not even sure she's facing the right way in the end.
Parry, riposte,
no.
Remise is for Robins-Wilkinson. So Hajj did get the parry. She missed her first riposte. We felt there was something strange about it. Skips away.
Not 100% confident on her attack there, Robins-Wilkinson, but it doesn't matter. She lands it.
Hajj on the front foot, on the reprise, pressing now, patient, to the back line, counter
There
attack.
we go. Last time she made a full short with a parry. This time getting to the back, Hajj still pushing the attack. She doesn't want a full short again. Really, really smart stuff from Ellen there to hit her on preparation. Lovely hit. Attack from the left. If I'm England, I'm videoing that. There wasn't much in that for me.
Wanted a little look at that myself.
But no video call. That's a big hit potentially.
Pressing now.
Again.
Attack mal parried, attack mal parried.
Hajj so strong, both preparing. She's taking that reprise again and again and again. As we were saying at the beginning, you can score some really big hits in defense, but you've got to back it up by getting the attack and landing them yourself. Ellen defending just a little bit too much. Hajj so strong at preparing, taking that attack. Key moment here for England.
Hajj
and
on
again
the front
on the
foot
reprise again.
Prise de fer, parried, riposte touche.
Ellen looking for the blade, but Sam saying it's too low. It's down into the guard. It's a counter attack rather than a prise de fer.
Wait.
Andrea Stuvis calling Sam to the video. England don't have a video, but if the video referee thinks that maybe the referee missed something, he can call them in. And discussing it, I think they both see it different ways there potentially. Ultimately, it is the referee that gets to decide. The video referee can give his opinion. I think they're in disagreement there. Andrea saying it's a prise de fer from the right. Sam trusting his judgment there and changing that. Big moment for England there. It keeps them in this. Any hits here from Ellen can be huge. And again, taking the reprise, massive attack. So strong from Hajj there. Again and again, doing the same preparation, but then Hajj reacting first, taking that attack. Ellen being left on the back foot for most of that match. Scores a couple of really nice hits in defense, but you've got to back that up by being able to take the attack yourself. A huge ask here for Potter. Huge ask.
We've seen both of these fences throughout this match. How you expect, if you're Sophia Potter, what's your route back in?
Take your time, hit by hit. If you start thinking here, I need to score 14 hits to win, it's too much. It's too much. You can't deal with that mentally. Instead, it's just got to be hit by hit. Even if she loses the first hit or two, it's just got to be step by step by step. Even less than hit by hit, action by action, making sure she's doing the right things to put herself in the place where maybe she can make the comeback. Momentum can play a huge part. If Sophia can get a couple of hits early doors, maybe Vasilyeva starts to feel the pressure a little bit. So, as I said, it's a big ask, but still all to play for.
Here we go then, final leg for this gold medal match. It's Both skipping out of the way of each other's attacks. Vasilyeva building now.
Very, very calm and patient on her attack. Confident and a massive finish. Lovely stuff, lovely stuff.
And like you said, she doesn't miss often.
Absolutely. If you're going to make Vasilyeva miss in the middle, that's possible. But then you've got to be, and again, reprise from... Interesting. Yeah, I was going to say I would be potentially videoing that if I'm Vasilyeva too. They both stop, Vasilyeva starts. But Andreas saying that Vasilyeva stops rather than pausing and then going again. She actually stops and misses her attack. So it's Sofia's attack after.
Andreas Duvas back.
He's not going to be changing that, yeah.
Wasn't at the video for particularly long. Here's the attack from Vasilyeva. We expect it to be strong.
Huge. So solid. So solid. Potter feeling maybe she needs to be coming out with some big hits here. But got to be trying to... Lovely. Now she needs to be confident on her attack here. Lovely big attack. There we go. As we were saying just before the match started, the attack being so important here. You've got to be landing your attacks.
We've had no real better example of that than Veronika Vasilyeva in this match.
Exactly.
She's on the line.
Big attack from Potter there. Vasilyeva, really short, sharp preparation, looking to draw something. Sofia does a big attack. Vasilyeva looks for the parry, but Sofia goes to the other line.
Vasilyeva on the front foot again.
Big attack. Super solid.
You just saw it, knew it was coming.
Exactly. Sofia still feeling that she needs to be finding these big parry ripostes. I think she needs to settle down and just fence, even if it's a couple of togethers in there, just get herself into this match. Not every hit needs to be a big hit.
Three all in the leg between these two. But Vasilyeva 2 hits away from gold.
Big attack from Sofia.
Yes. Slows down at the start. Vasilyeva thinks she's got an opportunity to go, and then comes the attack.
Guard clash in the middle. Both of them sore hands. Whether it's technique or luck of the draw on who gets the one light in them.
Left-hander on left-hander.
Exactly. Those can be sore. This won't be a big problem for Vasilyeva as long as she keeps her head here. She's in a very strong position.
She's on the front foot again with the reprise.
Attack. She's not missing them.
Every time she's got onto the front foot, she's driven the English team back.
Lovely, really brave from Sofia there. Holds her ground in the middle, makes Vasilyeva finish early. Lovely little make short attack. Big attack again, big attack. It's the old cliche, but sometimes it's the last one that's the hardest one to get. Vasilyeva may be feeling that she needs to pull out something special to finish it, but still a big ask. Go on the long attack. Calm, composed.
Is this the moment?
Bang.
It is!
Lovely, really composed attack there from Vasilyeva. For a cadet, that is a hugely impressive performance. So calm, so composed to lead her team to Commonwealth gold.
Vasilyeva then takes Australia to the gold medal in women's senior team Sabre.
Big celebrations, what you like to see.
Tremendous performance from that entire Australian team. They all stood up and were counted across that match. James, what can you say? What was the story?
I mean, it's a good match. It's a good match. Honestly, I think the big difference, as we were saying at the very beginning, Australia did not miss their long attacks. They were strong in the middle. They both side swords got some lovely parry ripostes, making people miss. Really nice actions from both sides. But Australians just that bit more clinical, landing those long attacks a few too many times. The England girls parrying or making full short and immediately missing their riposte, giving away that advantage. And the Australians aren't going to keep missing or keep getting parried. Really strong attacks from the Australians. England found their way back in a little bit in the middle, but ultimately Australia's lead at the beginning, too much.
James, thank you very much for joining us in the commentary box. Thanks for sharing your insight, sharing your experience of these types of matches and what you see. You're here as well as part of the Team Scotland coaching setup. How much of the rest of the champs are you here for?
So officially, my job ends tomorrow, so I'll be here with the Scotland boys. Hopefully, we can pull out something big. I've got a lot of confidence in the guys. They're a good mix of some experienced heads and some younger guys, and I'm quietly confident that we can put some pressure on the other teams, and I might be loitering around during the junior individuals a little bit. But yeah, no, thank you very much for having me, Rob. Been my pleasure.
Thank you very much, James, and we'll look out for that Scottish men's sabre team tomorrow in the competition. See how they get on. In the meantime, we're going to take a very short break, and then we will be back with our next team final, which I believe will be the senior women's foil team final. Join us again then. Thank you very much, and goodbye.
Representing India. In silver medal position, Robins-Wilkinson representing India. And in gold medal position, representing England. Please now stand if you are able and face the flags opposite the podium for the playing of the national anthem of England.
Team manager New Zealand, to the DT, please. Team manager from New Zealand, DT.
Slightly delayed, please welcome to the piece the
Good afternoon. Welcome back to the University of East London's Sports Dock. We are here for the second team final of the day, and that will be that is the women's team foil final between England and Scotland. I am delighted to be joined again in the commentary on this occasion by FIE referee Luke Deemer. Luke, welcome back to the commentary box.
Thank you very much for having me.
So, women's team foil. We've seen some of these fences already throughout the individual. Scotland against England. Is this the anticipated final lineup at the start of the day?
I think it was, yes. Based off of the performances that we saw a couple of days ago in the individual, I'd probably have placed these two teams here. There are some really interesting matchups to look forward to. Of course, usually these two are the make up the GB team. So many of these are colleagues as well as now competitors.
We had a bit of a wild card in the draw at the start of the day, didn't we, Luke?
Yes.
Where the Indian team, they hadn't been able to compete in the individual, but they were here for the team, and as a result, they entered the competition seeded bottom, drew England in the top 8, and they really gave the England team a run in the quarterfinal, didn't they?
Yes, and it was so. Also, interestingly, I'm not sure England fully expected to be coming up against India there. They must have done when they drew it, but Kate was down as their reserve, so probably their strongest fencer wasn't fencing in that match, and so definitely through those first few periods, it was very close. It's probably something I had down as one of my semi-finals or even finals, depending on the day, and it was happening first round. So that was quite a warm-up for England.
Since then, the English managed to get themselves going, get the mojo going. They defeated Canada in the semi-finals to make their way through here to the final. And
they made quite hard work of that fight against Canada as well. Considering Canada, only just got through against Northern Ireland, it was only probably the last kind of 3-4 bouts that did it for them. Up until that point, it was fairly equal. To see the England side come out of quite a good victory over India to then struggle against Canada was quite surprising. It kind of shows the difference in techniques between team and individual.
The Scotland team, always a strong, unified team. We can hear them going now with their chant. And at these Commonwealth events, when the Scottish team are able to get together, particularly in the women's foil, they have such a strong bond as a team, don't they? It's
lovely to see as well. I don't want to say anything, but maybe it's because I'm an English referee, but it seems all the other home nations always want somebody to win against England as well. But no, great cheer there from the Scottish. 500 miles, a bit of audience participation as well. That's what we want to see, getting them warmed up before we start.
So we're into now the first leg of this match. Scotland will be on the left, England will be on the right, and we've got the team sheet for the match down in front of us. And I have to say, one thing that is standing out to me in this match, England are going with the young cadet Amelie Zhang as their finisher for this match, not the individual champion Kate Beardmore and not the individual silver medalist Tegan Williams-Stewart. What do you make of that, Luke?
That's absolutely what I'd expect based off of the last two matches. I think it's really interesting and actually quite a sign of what we said right at the beginning, of how different team management can be compared to that individual, particularly with these matchups. These are some of the matches that we saw in the individual as well. But what we saw with Amelie, she is the top point scorer in these last two matches. The reason for that is her range and the ability that she has in fencing different people. These are more like pool fights than they are the DEs, and it was the DEs where we saw both Tegan and Kate both excelling. This is a different skill. You need somebody to be able to adapt to the situation. And Amelie's shown a really calm head, particularly, as you say, for her age, to be able to hopefully bring it home for England.
It's no easy start for her either, coming out against the individual bronze medalist, Commonwealth veteran Chloe Dixon for Scotland.
I'm not sure she'll appreciate being called veteran, but yes, certainly previous ones, yes. It's this patience we're talking about. We saw Tegan really chasing some of the fights in the semi-finals. This is what they want. Counterpost off target there.
So the early exchanges we've seen up and down the piste. Both fencers willing to move, willing to take their time. Dixon pressing now. It's a patient press from Dixon, isn't it? Oh, and the counter-attack in from Zhang.
Absolutely, yes. And that's the kind of thing that we want to see exploited. Here it's just 1 point. But when you're going to 5, that really makes a difference. You can't be thinking in terms of, working out your opponent initially and then trying to bring back points because it's already too late. You have to be slightly more risk-averse, slightly more conservative in the way that you fence.
Dixon now with that calm press. Zhang in again with the counter-attack, misses. Dixon holding her distance, lets it miss, scores.
I think she's a little bit lucky with that, in fairness, as well. So there we see the same counter, basically, as the first action. At that time, Amelie's just doesn't land. That all being said, the patience with the attack seems to be working so far from both fencers. None of them wanting to rush and commit because it opens up those counters that we've seen so far. Yeah, so because we saw the Sabre on just immediately before, they have to unplug the piste because otherwise it conducts with the Sabre. So just plugging it back in now, I suspect rather than being the clip on the piste, it will be plugging it into the box because that tends to be the easiest way to unplug it.
And Sabre referees like nothing if not things to be easy.
We'll let the referees discover that for themselves now. But once again, whilst they're plugging it in, it's probably worth pointing out that we've got Kelly is our main referee kicking us off, and we've got Mads on video, and they will swap over throughout this fight. And we've got those assesseurs back again that we saw play such a vital part in the final just yesterday.
Yeah, the men's individual foil final had everything in that 14-all exchange. We're hoping for something equally dramatic in this women's team foil final.
Yeah, I'm hoping. Well, I'm not sure my heart can take it, to be honest.
In close, Chloe Dixon holds strong, is patient, finds her way to the target. 2-1 lead for Scotland, and a yellow card.
Yeah, absolutely. That yellow card for turning. Important here as well, you can give that hit and give the card at the same time, so it's a double whammy, if you like. So there's that warning on the board for Amelie, and she's got the point against her because Chloe can finish her action.
Dixon pressing, chasing now from Zhang. Will she look to finish or back away? Looks to finish over the top, fails. Remise is off target from Zhang.
Both a little bit off in their first intention type actions. We're going a lot more into close quarters than I'm sure either of them would really ideally want. But equally, it shows how important those skills are at close quarters. Trying to get the hit in before the core of core, before that body contact.
And Dixon, we saw her stepping in then, stepping in close, but still holding her discipline, like you said, just not quite body to body contact, but just outside, still able to work, still able to fence, still able to score. And there she is, straddling the back line, patient, waiting for an opportunity to go in and score.
Yeah, Amelie's holding her down there. She doesn't want to relieve that pressure. There we go, once again, trying to march it. People do mad things under pressure, and there we go. Opens it up. Beat attack from Amelie.
Is that Chloe Dixon looking to try and get a way out, try and find a way out of her part of the piste?
Absolutely. So when you're on that back line, you can't step back when you parry. Those things you normally do depend on, so that even if you miss the parry, you've got that distance to avoid the hit. You just don't have that on your back line. So people will try different things. Often they'll try countering out of it. We see the press on the other side. There we go. Chloe far more happy to let Amelie escape from her backline, so she's more predictable, so she knows what she's going to do when she attacks, so she can set up things like second intention or like that first attack.
Dixon in close.
It's the second remise as well. Nonetheless, great patience, and that's what we were saying about having that space in order to work with. She could take that half step back even at close quarters, so she had something to go at again and eventually get the remise on target.
2 seconds remaining. End of the first leg, it goes to time. We don't reach that target score of 5. Chloe Dixon coming out of it with a slender lead for Scotland, which she will hand on to Katie Smith. Katie Smith, who will be finishing for this Scotland team in the 9th leg. Tegan Williams-Stewart comes on, the individual women's foil silver medalist. We're now on our second leg, going up to 10. Luke, what might we be expecting here?
Now this will be a clash of styles. Tegan is a very physical fencer. Katie is far more neat and controlled. So it'll be interesting, really interesting to see who wins out in this one. Who can put their drive on the fight itself. Who controls the tempo, who controls the distance. I think that will be key in this second round.
We saw in the individual, Tegan, when she gets on a roll, she can score and score quickly. And, in this leg, we're only fencing team, but there's a space here for them, for Tegan. She could go, she could score 8 hits here in 3 minutes comfortably and take the match all the way up to 10.
But what we also saw in at least the last 2 matches is that lack of patience also means she can hemorrhage points very quickly as well. So if Katie works hard, this could be an opportunity for Scotland to pull ahead.
Underway now in the second.
Preparation attack off target there. So again, we're looking for that commitment. Who commits the attack first?
Patient build-up from Smith. Tegan now onto the attack. Just collecting the blade, looking to find the distance. Looking to draw a mistake maybe from Smith. And there it is. Patient press from Williams-Stewart. We talked about the speed, but what about the accuracy?
Yeah, I mean, it's great work there. If anything, Katie's maybe slightly unlucky that it doesn't come up. Nonetheless, up until that point, good patience. She's having to work slightly harder now, though.
In close. It's a big exchange. Referee calls halt. Yellow card for turning, covering. Something.
I think turning on that one, just as they go for the preem. So with turning, you're looking so that your opponent can see, basically read your name on the back is the equivalent. So you're allowed to turn relative to your opponent, that's fine.
It's dynamic from Williams-Stewart. She collects the blade, springs back in and accelerates to the target.
Lovely timing of that again, as Kate is starting to press, starting to step forward. Again, that sharp attack.
She's collected the blade. Smith collects it back off target. Williams-Stewart begins the press. Smith absorbs it, but Williams-Stewart immediately onto the front foot.
Bit of core in there, off the side of the piece as well. Few spatters in the work. Straight out the blocks again, though.
Smith with the patient build-up. Williams-Stewart skips away, now begins her own press. Williams-Stewart collects the first parry, but she's not in a position to take advantage. Smith, balanced, goes again with the remise, level at 4.
Bit of a lucky opportunist one there, but nonetheless, these are the points that matter in a team. I'm not sure we'll necessarily get all the way to 10 in this fight, but every point really does count.
Oh, it's patient from Katie Smith. Williams-Stewart collects the blade, goes over the shoulder, doesn't land. Katie Smith holds her nerve in close. Patient, finds the target, scores 5-4.
The hard work there is done actually in evading that initial riposte rather than in terms of how she actually finishes. It's that step in which stops the flick to back actually working. That's where the hard work comes. Then it's about finishing afterwards.
Two points each in the second leg. Still feeling each other out, you feel, in these early exchanges. Both teams as a whole not wanting to get themselves into a position where they're unable to finish. And Katie Smith in close again.
Lovely preem riposte there. It's amazing actually for two fencers who are, relatively tall. And there's a lot of close quarters in all of this. Those initial flicks just aren't working in this fight. And you've not got the time in order to start to get your eye in, because before you know it, it's the end of this match and on to the next one. In fairness, compared to what we said right at the beginning of the fight, though, here we've seen a lot more patience from Tegan. This is what England will have been wanting from her.
Oh! Smith again with that held, delayed riposte. Finds the way to the target just off.
It's a lovely idea, though, because you see how much Tegan's having to search for the blade there. She doesn't know which line it's going to come up because it's held. It's a great idea, unfortunately just off target.
Katie Smith really feeling the riposte at the moment, collecting the blade, taking her time, finding angles, creating opportunities to score. She's just opened up a very slender 2-hit lead for Scotland here. The attack on preparation is with Katie Smith. William Stewart sends the video to the referee to the video.
Now this is really interesting. So once again, we're seeing who commits to that attack first. So they'll be watching hard. Yeah, correct call there. Stick with the decision. We've got Kelly refereeing at the moment. So again, it's that commitment from Katie that starts it all. Tegan's more reacting in that situation. So hit stands.
This time, in close quarters, the first time that Katie Smith has really failed to land one of those. William Stewart gets one back. The gap is still 2.
The speed of that remise as well. To go from your first riposte missing to then immediately offensive. Not trying to block the blade out, just hit, block afterwards. Just basically trying to get that box to work in your favour to time you out. It's anything you could do.
Into the final 3 or so seconds left of this period. 7-5 then. Series of composed, really controlled ripostes in close from Katie Smith. It's just opened up the lead that Chloe Dixon initially won for Scotland. 2 hits now. We're into the 3rd period, up to 15. On comes the individual gold medalist Kate Beardmore, and she will be taking on Mary McLaughlin. What are we expecting to see now?
Now this is interesting because, as you say, on paper, based on the individual, you'd think Kate would walk this, but they fence each other so many times throughout various British championships, and Kate is 2 points behind. It's a team competition. We're going up to 15, yes, but we've only got the 3 minutes here. It really is all to play for. I think it's fair to say neither of them have really fully felt comfortable in these couple of team matches today. So it'll be interesting to see who adapts under to this fight in particular, particularly under the pressure of the final. Just slight technical difficulties here for Maori. I'm going to see what's causing the constant white lighting. We've got Reka, one assessor, and Kelly investigating the source of it. Just trying to see if it's Maori or the originating spool. This is maybe not the most fun side of foil. Clearly, the drama we've seen over the past couple of days in the individual, though, are the massive highs we get from it as well.
The white light persists. It's not the foil. Looks like a body wire change for McLaughlin.
Now, this gives them a bit of mental reset time. The teams are that little bit further away when they're on the finals piece, so they're not right up against the back line. They're not so much there so it's that bit harder for that support to come through. They're, of course, not with their typical coaches. They're not getting massive coaching advice for this individual fight. This is about their own internal composure, how they prepare for this individual fight, what this break might mean for both fencers. Kate's quite happy just standing there on her own guard line in her own zone.
Quick change of the body wire for McLaughlin.
Note also all these changes happen down at the end of the piece. You're not meant to change on the piece itself. So Kelly just making sure that happens. Also, helping speed things along, I'm sure, no doubt.
Right, moment of truth. The foil is being plugged in.
Ooh. I'm sure we and the crowd can't wait for this to go underway. There we go.
It is a technological Christmas miracle. Okay, here we go.
So just for clarity, for those people wondering why, as she's come to the piste with non-working equipment, why she's not got a yellow card for that, it's because they've been through weapons control first. So somebody stabbed to say, yes, that's okay. Must have happened since that point, so no yellow card, just start 7-5.
So beginning of the third period, Scotland with a 7-5 lead. Could go up to 15, but as you say, Luke, only 3 minutes on this on the clock for this.
It's actually fairly typical of what England have managed to do. Aside from when they were in their first match, they have often gone to time rather than to points in these rounds. And it probably points to that overall team order that we mentioned as well, that they've not seen Kate and Tegan really push ahead in these fights to 5, as you might expect in the individual.
McLaughlin building patiently now. Accelerating. Beardmore skips away. McLaughlin now active. Skipping in and out of the distance, just looking, questioning, can she draw a mistake? Can she draw something from Beardmore? And then back on the exchange.
She goes broken time attack there, trying to get around the parry of Mary, using line quite effectively to try and break up her attack. Just gets tied up in that blade, and Mary really does make the most of it. Attack in the end goes straight through.
McLaughlin there, ready. Has the blade taken, but she capitalizes with the remise. This time, Beardmore on the attack, and immediately she grabs her leg.
But it's that broken time attack we mentioned before. It didn't quite work the one before, but you see Mary searching for it. That's what opens up the space under the arm. That's where the attack goes in. Very effective. As you say, though, Kate has had a knee injury in the past, or at least a leg injury. It's something that we saw at the British Nationals. Let's hope that doesn't come back in this fight, because we want to see this decided in the fights themselves.
Mary back working this in and out distance, just looking to create opportunities by changing up the look, changing up the feel for Beardmore, now pressing herself. It's a patient build-up from McLaughlin.
Interesting where Kate is using line as a defence. Mary's more offering her blade for...
That feels like that was probably turning.
Yes, I don't know what gave you that impression. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Mary's going to, yes, just touche that one. Went full-on ballerina for a moment there.
On the back line now. But, patience, balance, holds her shape, holds her nerve. Mary McLaughlin finds the counter-attack. 3 points the lead now for Scotland.
A lot happens on the back line. We saw it yesterday. But again, when they close down that space, the counter-attack works better. And that's hit spin that just didn't work and got her the yellow card before. All of a sudden, now works. You can see 1 more point ahead. That's been critical so far.
Into the final minute of this, the third period. Could go up to potentially 15.
Significantly with that hit as well. Just under a minute, there we go. So there's no risk of P cards, there's no passivity coming through here that's going to affect the English team, because the P card will always go to the fencers with the lowest score. So they will push through in this round. Of course, off target lights also reset that passivity clock.
I did wonder that. I didn't actually know.
Yeah, so any hit in foil on or off target will reset that time, providing it's not after passing or indeed a cardable offence.
Here's McLaughlin on the press now. Into the final 7 seconds. McLaughlin holding.
Kate seems fairly content to just ride this one out by the looks of the way she's going in and out.
And we go to time.
Another point ahead for Scotland.
9-6. Each match then, Scotland just creeping further and further ahead. Ahead by 1 after the first leg, by 2 after the second, and now 3 after the third.
It's not exactly convincing, though. It's not insurmountable. It's something that could easily be undone, not even by, it could just be 1 or 2 mistakes here and there from Scotland, bringing England right back into this. Nonetheless, it's a lot of pressure if we continue in this way for Amelie in those final fights.
Chloe Dixon then back on for Scotland, Tegan Williams-Stewart back on for England.
This is the experience both teams have, right? In fact, we're bringing in the medalists from the individual just a couple of days ago. The fact these fencers have fenced each other so many times, both domestically and internationally, it really does show the strength that both nations have compared to others in this Commonwealth.
Here we go then. Dixon on the left, Tegan Williams-Stewart on the right. 20 the target score for this leg.
Lovely accidental counter-attack there.
Dynamic attack from Williams-Stewart over the shoulder. Dixon collects the blade, looks to finish around the back on its off target.
That's something we saw in Tegan's first fight. Interesting.
So the attack is given for Williams-Stewart. Dixon has immediately called for the video.
Yeah, so what she's looking for there is to see if the first attack from the left is no, and that's why she's saying she then wants that point. We will see what happens. I think it's certainly a valid review from up here in our spectator gallery. Might be worth a look, but we'll see what happens. Referee here is Nicola Shackleton from New Zealand. There she go, changes it to attack off target.
So the decision there was that Chloe Dixon didn't stop the attack, she just carried on moving, maybe broke up the rhythm, but didn't actually come to a stop.
Yes, and also that Tegan's action is a counter-attack rather than an attack. So with that lunge, she's looking to slightly evade. She's trying to avoid being hit, so she's not committing an attack. Therefore, she can't have that initial right-of-way. She's looking for that miss instead.
The attack is still with Williams-Stewart. No. Sorry, the attack is not with Dixon. Attack is given for Williams-Stewart. Sent to video again.
Similar action again. We're looking to see who has that initial attack, whether we still have that slow press from the left with attack off target, or whether Tegan has done enough to get an attack on prep, and whether that is an attack. So we've got Mads, as we said, on video, and Nicola being brought back there. This could do a lot to an athlete's mental perception of the match and see how it changes.
So the call from the referees on video is Dixon collects the blade, then steps back. At that point, it opened the door for Williams-Stewart.
Interesting. So the moment you step back, you can't be attacking. So that makes it the other person's attack, providing they do an offensive action. So again, they don't evade.
This time, Dixon does get the attack, but misses. Williams-Stewart bringing England within 1.
And this is what we said. When you've had that break, the opportunity to have a mental reset, people can respond very differently out the blocks, regardless of which way that video goes.
The attack of fair is with Dixon. Williams-Stewart wants that looked at.
Interesting review here, because by calling it attack or fair, what the referee has said is, I see that you've gone for that parry, but the other fencer has also gone for a beat. And what we have in the right-of-way weapons with that beat as well is that offensive action takes priority. And there we go. Nicola upholds her decision. Attack or fair, touche to the left.
Dixon pressing off out of the gate. wanting to get on the front foot. Stewart now advancing. Just clearing the blade. Accelerating, but accelerating too deep. Overshooting. Dixon in with the counter-attack. Small movement just to get a body out of the way, and that's enough to make it one light.
Yeah, Tegan has actually been very patient in this match. She's been very good at slowly pressing, finding that opportunity and going, because this is, as we said before, like a pool match more than a DE. But there, she just allowed herself to rush slightly, and Chloe took full advantage of that.
11-8 then, the gap back out to 3. Scores continue to move on, but there's still very little to separate these two, as individuals and as teams. Dixon in with the surprise attack.
So there, halt for the core of core. Nobody's trying to avoid the touch. It's not enough to force someone back, that what we term jostling, so no cards there. What they will allow for, though, is that little time that the time ran on afterwards with the remote.
This time, both in. Dixon starts for the lead now.
Yes, absolutely. Again, one of those tight decisions. Who commits to that attack first? They're not going to video, so a point goes to the left. Again, that little step back every now and again really can make the difference when we're looking, separating.
Here's the press now from Stewart. Looking for the blade. She looks for the blade. It invites the opportunity for Dixon to attack. Lands off target. Less than a minute remaining.
Strong call from Nicola there. It's definitely attack from the right. She's done a great job so far in this fight.
We are pleased to announce that there is a women in fencing, the challenges and the joys seminar.
Dixon on the press now. 30 seconds. Breaks open to give herself room. 4 points the gap now. So again, it's the same pattern, isn't it, of just maybe slowly inching up the lead for Scotland. No real pressure yet on this England team. 4 hits can be overturned quite quickly. But if it continues in this manner towards the 7th and 8th legs, England will start to feel it.
There we go. That's what Chloe wanted. That's what Chloe wanted. She's been pressing, releasing that pressure. She wants Tegan to charge. She wants her to chase that, to chase the lead, to chase the attack. Then she can get either the counters or the parries in.
Final second. Stewart with an action to keep her honest. But once again, Scotland, point by point, they are just increasing their lead. 4 points it is now after the 4th.
And this is what's so great about teams. It's a consistent effort. It's not one person drawing them back up every time. We've seen that in some of the other matches, but certainly, well, maybe not in the finals, but we've seen that throughout the day. Here it is just all-rounders doing their bit, getting that 1 point ahead. And all of a sudden it is, as you say, 4 points, the difference.
Potentially we could be going up to 25 here. Seems unlikely, I think, at this stage, given the way the dynamic that the match has had so far. Zhang and McLaughlin back on for their second.
It's cagey, isn't it? You can almost feel the atmosphere, certainly within the crowds as well as between the fencers. It's one of those things where you make the mistake, you drop the point, it starts to really add up.
The attack is parried. Off target from McLaughlin. Feels like maybe at the moment got an atmosphere that's maybe more intrigued.
It looks like Amelie's chasing this a little bit as well. Lovely riposte behind the head there from Amelie. I wish we could give bonus points. As a referee, you're always looking for what they do with the back arm and those types of actions, particularly for covering. But we have two brilliant SSRs, as we said before, to look out for these things. So it takes the weight of the pressure off the referee to do that. Lovely late attack there from Amelie. Unfortunately, just off target for her.
We saw in the first leg. Over the top goes Zhang, misses. McLaughlin drops the shoulder, lets it fly over. Counter-attack, but got an arm up from Kelly Kohler, the assessor.
Absolutely. So what she's seen there, and something we've seen in the past actually with Mari's fights in the individual, where she's been carded for covering. So as she's reversing the shoulders, that's absolutely fine now by the rules, but she's got to move that back arm out the way so she's not covering her target. So that point that she just fought for so hard on her back line, that's annulled. She gets the yellow card instead. A double whammy. So the referees there just checking the scores correct. They've not added it on already.
McLaughlin active on her back line, driving out now.
Now Amelie's in a difficult position here, I was going to say, because she's got to start chasing it. Lovely parry riposte there, straight off the line.
We saw it in the first match against Dixon, didn't we? That she wanted to look to push and get Chloe Dixon down towards her end of the piece. And she's doing exactly the same here against Mary McLaughlin, getting her down towards the back line and then just trying to hold her there and let that back line pressure do the work.
Yeah, I mean, Amelie is a great all-rounder. She's proven that over the past kind of 2 team matches, and that's why she deserves her space as finisher in this match. That all being said, you know, it's amazing what you can do when somebody's countering out the way. It opens up so many different lines if you're fast enough to finish. I mean, the other thing as well, we just saw the demonstration of the attack from Mary. You can keep that at bay if you're pressing.
Here's the press now. Energetic from Zhang. All the way, holding the distance, changing the rhythm. McLaughlin looking for the counter-attack, looking for the parry, fails to find it. Zhang goes through. This 4-hit lead is now just 1.
Yes, again, so both fencers going in, both going out, and then we're looking for who commits to that attack first. As a referee, I'd want to go to video, so it's always useful to be able to go as well. That's the great tool of, you know, being able to do this from the last 8. Here we go. Attack off target. It's a great call there from Nicola once again. She commits first. Just attack off target. Nonetheless, you can sense the atmosphere. And where are we? We're less than 40 seconds into this.
The attack from McLaughlin. And you can see how important it was for her psychologically in this leg.
Now, interestingly, what we were saying about being able to make mistakes, when you're going up to 25, you can now start to, if you know you're going to chase it in the next few minutes.
McLaughlin hanging off the back line. McLaughlin hanging off the back line. Counter-attack lands. This time, though, she's trying to force her way out. She's been pinned to the back line. She's looking for a way out. She forces it. She can't find the way. Zhang is there with the counter-attack.
She's going to have to be more active in her side of the
piece. There's the attack, however.
Counter-attack is good.
Level at 13.
And the speed with which Amelie's being able to make up these points as well.
The attack was with Mary. Amelie Zhang in, stopped. Mary McLaughlin takes the attack. Zhang is still there. Counter-attack. England into the lead for the first time.
That's how small the margins are here. Once again, that press that's been working so well for Amelie as well. What can Mary do this time?
There's the attack. The whole piece. Zhang picks up the attack near her on guard line and builds to the back line. Finishes one light.
What's so nice about that one as well is the first one is underarm as well. All the rest have been to front. She's changing the line, not giving Mary any chance to decide where that parry is going to come from.
McLaughlin on the attack. She goes straight. Concerned about the counter-attack. Zhang on the press again. Off target.
Having the ability, having that control to be able to finish even once you've been hit is really hard.
They both try attack off the line into the middle, as I would say.
Yes, no, absolutely. Nicola just going to video to make double sure she's happy, particularly when the fight's so close. It sticks with her original decision, attack off target.
McLaughlin pressing out, off target.
There we go, so just questioning the blade contact there, but Amelie happy to continue.
McLaughlin now looking to press, wants out of her side of the piece. Zhang is not willing to give that to her. She does not want to concede ground. Goes for the counter-attack. McLaughlin finishes off target.
Those risks, those counter-attacks, the risk of being hit as you spin out the way is now something that's acceptable.
McLaughlin collects the blade towards the back line.
Yes, absolutely. So we've got a attack there from Mary.
Mary pressing now.
Lead back only to 1 point.
Finds her attack. How important will that be for Mary McLaughlin? You can see Zhang on the on-guard line. She's leaning forward over her front leg. She wants to get forward. She wants to get on the offensive. Pressing again, straight away.
So Amelie's gone back to that game plan. We had a little bit that was open in the middle there.
And there's that finish.
That's what she wants to be doing. But as we said, look how quickly Mary was able to adapt. She's back on her back line now, though.
Mary working hard. Keeps the point in the face of Amelie Zhang. Amelie Zhang cracks, takes the parry, riposts.
The first real successful defence Mary's had on that back line. I still wouldn't rely on it if I was her, but all of a sudden that puts that doubt in Amelie's mind.
Here comes the attack from Mary. Drops back Zhang on the press into Zhang's heart, into McLaughlin's half.
But there we go. Mary's putting up more defence, even if it's a short counter to draw the parry riposte or the counter riposte. She's doing more in that back half, which is what we suggested she should do earlier on in this fight.
Still a minute and 13 left in this one. It's been a lot of action.
A lot of points as well. And we've seen this change. So originally we saw Amelie starting to run away with it. Mary's really brought herself back into this fight. And those things that were working so strongly before, for Amelie pressing down to the back line, we've now got a little bit doubt. Let's see what happens on the back line now.
Finds the parry. A muted response from the England fans. 16 all.
Lovely late parry there from Amelie. Waited till Mary was fully committed, then got the blade and riposted.
Collects the blade, finds the way off target.
It's so difficult as well. After that parry, you almost want to riposte immediately, same line. She's being patient, she's going with a disengage, avoid the counter parry. It's great work from Amelie.
Here we go then. McLaughlin picks up the timing as Zhang stops, but while McLaughlin winds up the attack, the distance closes. Zhang in with the counter attack.
Yes, I think it's given her attack in preparation even, because she's able to break that distance a bit more. And so Nicola's seen that she's committed to the attack first.
And there's the parry riposte. McLaughlin so worried about the counter-attack, so worried about the attack on preparation, these varied actions that Zhang is going for. She looks to finish direct. Zhang is waiting with the parry.
And that's that diversity that we spoke about and why Amelie is in the position that she is. Because, yes, whilst this pressure down to the back line has been working for her so well, she can also do things just like that.
Here's the press, the run. Amelie Zhang takes off, lands to the shoulder of McLaughlin, pinned on the back line.
I'm not quite sure that was the line that she wanted to finish in, but it worked for her there. In fairness, Mary did a great job actually of staying on the piece and trying to be able to pick up that blade. But Amelie was just too strong in the attack there.
35 seconds remaining. 11 points scored by Amelie Zhang in this leg. And another 12 points. Bounces into distance, springs into the lunge.
The timing of that attack as well. So you've got Mary pressing. She's being quite patient. She's ready for that counter, but she's not ready for the lunge, the distance Amelie's able to make up.
There's the riposte, it misses. McLaughlin composes herself, begins the attack of her own, but she's back towards a warning line again.
She's been better there. She's willing to press a little bit more.
There's the attack, though, from Zhang. She's patient. She's pressing.
Look at the delight on her face as well. She knows she's winning this battle. The number of points she's been able to bring up. We joked we may not get to 25. It's looking increasingly likely, even with 15 seconds to go.
Zhang, all the momentum, all the confidence, driving towards the back line, and another 22, 7 seconds remaining.
Lovely disengage there to finish as well. The different lines she's been able to find. It's enviable. What she's been able to do, both in attack and defence in this fight, has brought England right back into the game. Mari's not doing that much wrong. She's fenced really well. She's been slow and she's been patient. She's worked to her game plan, but she's just not had it on that back line.
22-16. Amelie Zhang came on 12-8 down in that leg, the fifth leg. She leaves it 22-16 up after a 14-4 run. She gets a big response from her teammates as she leaves the piste.
Absolutely, and this game has completely changed in just one match. No, 4-point buffer was not enough. Yes, they were cagey, but there Amelie settled into that match far quicker than Mari. And look at that result, 22-16.
Here we go then. Katie Smith, the finisher for Scotland, back on. Kate Beardmore, individual gold medalist for England.
What a matchup this would be ordinarily. Before you take into consideration that lead that Katie has got to bring back against Kate.
Here comes Kate on the attack. Shackleton would just like a look. What's she looking for here, Luke?
So, interestingly, if you hit whilst falling, it is a yellow card offence. So we would annul that touch and you would get a yellow card. It's a horrible rule because people don't tend to fall over deliberately. But it's there to enable the defending fencer to be able to have a right of reply. But there what she's decided is that we've got a hit, then falling, if you like, so hit stands.
Smith now. Patient press. Beardmore collects the blade. Accelerates, there's that broken time finish you talked about, Luke. Smith collects the blade, but misses. Beardmore drops low, counterattacks.
Lovely duck hit there, and she keeps the head up as well. Remember, we've got the two assessors to check for that. So she's her technique, very good. Both of these fences actually very good technical fences, very neat fences. Quite nice to referee. But Beardmore does like that duck hit as her go-to counter. Smith is far more about the parry and defence.
Smith just holding there, she finds the parry, begins her own attack now. Who finds the blade last? Who starts first? Katie Smith is given the attack. Beardmore looks backwards to say, should she call video? Her box, inconclusive, she goes for it.
It's always one of those difficult ones. Who actively goes for the blade last? And of course, if they both go for it, as we discussed right at the beginning of this match, we have that potential for attack or fair, where the fencer that first is attacking gets the overall point, because fencing is an offensive sport. Let's see what Nicola's got. She calls it parry riposte. Oh, we go back to video. Yep, parry riposte to right, so great use of video there for Kate Beardmore.
9 hits now the lead for England. Scotland were just it felt like Scotland were building something. It felt like they were just constructing pressure, but another counter-attack. Katie Smith unable to land her attack. 10 points now the lead. This has changed in an instant in these 5th and 6th legs.
You can almost see what that lead does as well to the other England fencers. They seem more relaxed on the piste. That caginess we discussed before seems to have evaporated. So we go to video. Kate Beardmore there thinking she's got the beat before she then attacks, or she's got the parry before she then lunges. Let's see what we have on video. Referee's taking a little bit longer over this one to look at who's taken the blade.
Attack is confirmed for Katie Smith, her first of this leg.
Now, interestingly, the broken time attack we saw from Kate in her earlier fight, not quite so effective. Smith a little bit more patient on the parry, able to find it even when it eventually comes through. So Beardmore's choosing the line right at the last moment. Smith still able to defend.
Smith just showing the threat. There's that broken time attack. There's the late parry from Katie Smith.
Deep sigh from the whole audience there. Deep intake of breath as they thought that riposte was going on.
Smith on the attack. Kate Beardmore catches the top of the shoulder, skips backwards.
She doesn't look comfortable on that ankle still as she span out the way, but really worked for her there. Interestingly, what we're seeing from both fences is the use of line, not just to try and take priority away, but also to try and draw some sort of blade contact so they can make that parry.
This time, Katie Smith, patient build-up. She clears the line, patient, clears the line, patient, waits for the counter-attack, gets it, finishes.
Yeah, we said Beardmore.
There's the riposte, misses.
Beardmore loves to go for that duck hit.
And this time...
Now that was a broken time attack plus. Really didn't commit till well after the lunge. But look, it worked out because Smith is still searching for the blade throughout.
Final minute. 2 points scored by Katie Smith. 6 by Kate Beardmore. She's building on the work that Amelie Zhang did in the previous leg.
All of this time, of course, playing into England's hands. It's Scotland that will need to start chasing this match soon.
The ripostes. Kate Beardmore once, twice, thrice, misses.
Second counter riposte, no remise touche. You could not make this up. It's so tight.
Feels so different. 9 hits is the gap, but it doesn't feel like that on the piste.
They've got the points to play with now, though. Of course, this match is up to 30, and Kate may be the first one to actually reach that title for a little while. But they can afford now to take those risks, to make those counters, and if they drop a point, it doesn't matter so much for England. Of course, Scotland in a completely different position now, having to work for those points, chase a lead, and that opens you up to more actions.
Quick look down to Assessor Kelly Kohler. Did any hint of a duck from Kate Beardmore?
No, Kate's very good in terms of she's practiced those duck hits a number of times. She keeps her head up, which is what we're looking for when they duck down.
5 seconds remaining. Final attack from Kate. 19-28 the score. 3 points for Katie Smith. 6 points for Kate Beardmore. England just extending their lead.
We're so close to getting to that magic number of 30. No, each fight going to time still.
Mary McLaughlin on now for the 7th leg against Tegan Williams-Stewart. Be fascinating to see how Mary approaches this match. She's involved in that big leg, just the one previous to this, the one before this, where Amelie Zhang scored 14 hits to 4. Has she had the time to regather herself, get her focus back, and just really hone in again on what it is that she does really well?
Exactly. It must be so hard mentally to come from a position where you're in the lead to lose so many points in one match. But she's had a fight to reset. Again, these two opponents are known to each other, so it's not like they're going in cold to this fight. And what we've seen is people were able to make up points against Tegan in the semi-final and quarter-final fights. So it's certainly not a done deal, but Mary's going to work very, very hard if she's going to bring back those points.
Possibly the other thing maybe in Mary McLaughlin's advantage here, that 5th match, a long match, lots of fencing time. spent a lot of time on piste. So if she is going to find her rhythm, she has maybe spent more time on piste than Tegan Williams-Stewart, and it means that maybe she's more comfortable with her actions.
Yeah, great point there. It's, of course, the other downside of more time on the piste is potential tiredness creeping in. So when you need to finish those attacks, may not always go to plan. Still very touchy from both fencers here.
McLaughlin pressing now. Looking to invite the counter-attack. She gets it. Williams-Stewart misses with the counter-attack. McLaughlin misses with her first attack. McLaughlin then collapses the distance in with the remise.
Compared to what she had in the previous fight against Amelie, McLaughlin is now pressing so much more. She seems so much more comfortable in the attack rather than on her back line. I reckon she's had some sort of team talk behind going into this fight. And you need to press. And again, the scoreline dictates that as well.
McLaughlin collects the blade, steps in, collects the blade, misses over the shoulder of Williams-Stewart, who drives in with the remise.
Those ones hurt so much more when you've done the great work to find the blade and you just can't get the riposte on.
This is the attack from McLaughlin.
Great call there from Raker, who's taken over refereeing. Attack there from Maori working out. Gap down to 8 points.
The press. Williams-Stewart equal to it. Off target.
A tackle fair, no. Eventual action is off target. Tegan just checking the bib there. This is interesting because it's actually quite a difficult role that Tegan's come into. She's come in with a lead. Ordinarily, she likes to press, she likes to attack, but she doesn't need to. Here she's defending a lead. She wants to play for time. And Mary's willing to come at her.
Oh, Mary McLaughlin builds the attack. She actually gets the thumbs up down the end from her team because it's a good build-up. It's a good attack. The setup was nice. No light to show for it.
Once again, it's so hard to be in that position where you're trying to chase. This is where Tegan wants to be.
This is the riposte. It's off target.
Yeah.
Ref.
Look straight to the assesseur there. And we have Kelly, assesseur for the right, putting up a hand for Mary McLaughlin, covering just as we saw in that earlier fight as well. Now, it is only a yellow card. It's only a warning. But the doubt that puts in your mind that you're trying to consciously keep that back arm out of the way, that's the challenge, because it holds you back when you go for those counters. It holds you back when you're reversing your shoulders at close quarters, and that extra element of doubt can be that bit between a point or not. Attack just off target there.
And that doubt will matter all that much more. You know, we talked about how at the start of this match there were points to play for. McLaughlin finds the blade on the back line for the second time. Collects and ripostes.
Such tight margins on those counter ripostes. So Mary just quite correctly coming off the piste to straighten her blade. Of course, straightening your blade on the piste is a straight yellow card. These fencers know far better than that now. But of course, it is a mental reset for her.
Eight hits the gap now. McLaughlin, patient press. Invites the counter-attack. Short acceleration. She goes in. She misses the target. They're in close. Kohler, the arm is up. And it's exactly as you said, Luke. A red card for Mary McLaughlin.
It's that same back arm again. This time it's when we reverse the shoulders, so you can't be covering when you reverse your shoulders. Actually, Mary does get her arm up eventually. It's just too late to avoid the card because we want to see the ability to remise or counter straight away.
Where's the line? There it is! McLaughlin, she'd been going underneath the arm. She'd been going underneath the arm. It wasn't working for her.
There we see Tegan actually missing that original riposte. Let's see, is this called attack? No. Absolutely. So such a heavy step to begin with. It's almost like she's going for that attack. Therefore, it's attack no. Mary has the chance to go for her own. and that's the one that's off target there.
Makes my soul happy to see a hit like that called Tac-No.
You're such a Sabre at heart.
There's the counter-attack, but Tegan Williams-Stewart keeps the distance, keeps the composure, finishes calmly.
We say about calmly, though, actually Tegan's pressing again. She doesn't need to with the lead, but that's where she does feel most comfortable.
This is the attack from Mary McLaughlin. Williams-Stewart skips backwards, invites the attack from McLaughlin. She is only too happy to oblige.
It's one of those points in the middle where eyes closed actions where you've decided before you go are always going to win out against those where you're fencing eyes open, so you're responding to what your opponent does. It's just so much quicker if you go in with that game plan.
In close.
Yep.
It's a late raise of the hand from Assessor Kelly Kohler, but it's a raise of the hand nonetheless. A second red card for covering. Mary McLaughlin sends referee Ballo to video.
Yeah, of course, this whole team very experienced referees. This is a problem for Mary. If every time at close quarters she's going to get that card, it becomes costly very, very quickly. Particularly with this lead she's trying to build up again.
She's already given up one touch. Will this be a second? Referees are conferring.
It's actually a very difficult angle to see. Kelly is, of course, the side of the box in this fight. So she can see that side. The video is on the other side, so it's always an optimistic appeal from Mary, but hopefully it gives her that mental reset time. She needs to stop arguing. She needs to think how she's going to get that next point. She's not going to persuade the referee. She's certainly not going to persuade the assesseurs.
45 seconds remaining. Tegan Williams-Stewart needs 1 to reach the target score of 35. 9 points was the gap coming into it. 9 points it remains after a back and forth set of points and exchanges. McLaughlin on the back line. She gets the riposte, keeps her arm out of the way. Emphatically ripostes.
It might actually have played into her hands there because her riposte was not what Tegan was expecting. Nonetheless, she gets the point. We move on. But you see how it plays with your mind. Losing those 2 points with a red card, all of a sudden you can't do that go-to counter. It is that bit harder for her.
McLaughlin, you can see whenever it gets in close how much she's focusing. She looks for the target, cannot land. The counter-attack lands from Tegan Williams-Stewart, 26-35.
Both fencers almost confused there that they got to the score rather than to time, but that is pretty indicative of how both fencers fence.
It's a high-scoring leg. Actually ended up 7 points apiece, I believe. Yes, 7 points apiece.
Now, what a matchup this is as well. We've got Beardmore and Dixon. Ordinarily, we'd see these fighting semi-finals, finals of British events. Here, though, very different kind of setup leading into this fight.
This was, in fact, one of the semi-finals on Tuesday. Is that the first? Is that the women's final? Tuesday. The attack is given from Beardmore. Any chance of a review? But Dixon looks back to her box.
Brilliant tight call there, actually, from Raker. She's saying Dixon's preparing in that, so actually it's Beardmore that commits to that attack first. Very tight call. Very nicely done.
Dixon looked back to the Scottish box, but the Scottish box were all busy. It looked like they were just speaking with McLaughlin. It didn't look like she had anyone to look to actually communicate with.
This is always the challenge. So when you're on the piece, you always think it's yours. Likewise, those pauses that you think you see feel like they're forever compared to what they look like from the outside as a referee or from your teammates. It's always worthwhile turning around to your box, seeing if they're going to go for that video.
Dixon begins to attack, looks to extend it. Beardmore steps in at that moment.
It's a good idea to go for the counter. It's just unintentional core of core there. Just checking they're both okay. Fortunately, they've got their chest protectors on. It's not blow with guard or pommel, which would be a red card because it is unintentional.
Oh, Dixon skips backwards as Beardmore begins her attack. Beardmore stops, stranded in no man's land.
She's caught almost in two minds there. She's partly going for that broken time attack we've seen been so successful previously, but she's caught in that lunge with her arm back, too far away from distance.
There's
She's
the
stuck
attack,
there.
though. Broken time all the way, but this time more just indirect, simple action from Beardmore, changing up her timing.
So simple and yet so hard to execute. You know, to be able to finish the back like that as somebody's closing the distance on you, it's not easy at all. So clarity there from the assessor saying, I did not see ducking of the head. Always useful there to have that confirmation from your assessors, not just when it is a card. As we said, because Kate uses that so much, it makes sense that she's trained to keep the head up.
Was the first one yes? No, it was not.
Brilliant call again from Raker there. So that attack initially, no. It's actually the continuation of it that eventually lands on target.
And again, it's preparation called. But this time, Dixon will go to video.
Again, these are lovely tight calls. This is exactly what you want to have if you are the referee. This is what keeps us chatting late into the evenings. It's exactly what we want to see. Is that attack in preparation? Is it attack all the way from the left? It's also the brilliant use of video and why it's great to have it throughout the rounds here at the Commonwealth Fencing Championships.
Ooh. We've just seen a replay of it, Luke. What do you think?
So for me, yeah.
Given his attack from the left.
It's fine, I'll stick with the FIE decision. Well, the two FIE referees. They just spend a good amount of time on that point.
Beardmore collects the blade, accelerates. Dixon looks to collapse the distance, catches Beardmore by surprise as she's unable to find the target. Beardmore loses control of her weapon as she steps in. Yeah,
fortunately it's not intentional. We saw, of course, previous events where there was the Sabre drop moment, if you like, and which resulted in a yellow card, but they're just unintentional. Kate trying to get the riposte on.
Here comes the press.
Still a patient match, but we're getting fairly frequent lights. That's what Scotland want. They want to see that kind of chase. They're going to need it soon.
Attack au fer or parry riposte. Referee Ballo says parry riposte, and Beardmore wants another look.
The timing of that makes it seem definitely like parry riposte, just how late a potential beat there from Kate is. But let's wait to see what the video replays might show us referees. If there's any intent there from Kate before the blade's found to go for that beat, then we might see attack au fer here.
Referee calls both offences back. Parry riposte is given. 7 hits now, the gap. Just under a minute and a half remaining. Dixon pressing. Beardmore skips out of the way. Dixon equal to it. Skips back in with the riposte.
The way she's working with distance right now, the way Dixon was able to break out to avoid that riposte and then immediately attack, expecting the counter as well. I say expecting the counter just as one of Kate's goes through with a duck hit. So effective. You can see the frustration Dixon has there that she's able to get that through. You almost have to anticipate it before you attack.
There's the attack. Accelerating. Long lunge. The lead is back to 8. Kate Beardmore is 1 away from getting out of this leg, this 8th leg. There's the attack, it lands!
See how much that means for both fencers there. Kate properly shouting even for what is such a tight fight. It's not over yet, but she's done her part there. Now, can Amelie keep on delivering that adaptability we said right at the beginning she'd be able to show when she brought it back for her team? Can she finally bring them over the line with those last 5 points?
5-all that leg. 9 points still the gap, as it has been for the last 3.
Now the experience that we have from the Scottish team here with Katie Smith, what can she do against Amelie as well? This will be a really interesting fight. Of course, added on to all of that, Katie has to chase this. It's decided already, she's got to attack. Let's see what happens.
And on an attack she does. Katie Smith immediately out, looking to score. Now harrying, harassing, takes the attack. For the first time, really, we see Amelie Zhang in her half of the piece.
Katie's not backing off either. That whole distance, it's being fought at lunging distance. Anything could happen, and it does.
Katie Smith on the front foot, keeps the pressure up. This time, though, she looks to go. She looks to build the attack. Amelie Zhang collapses the distance. The counter is on.
The strength to be able to go for that as well.
There's the attack again.
Knowing that ordinarily you're expected to defend in these situations, it does open up the opportunity because Smith isn't expecting an attack. She thinks she can build up that pressure, opens up the space for attack on prep, then again puts you at risk of these. 2 seconds down. Katie again gets another point.
Oh! Katie Smith finds the target, doesn't quite find the timing. And now she presses. Zhang equal to it. Riposte is off target.
She's able to find a lot of lines with those parries. Preparation attack off target as well. She's got the timing in the middle if she wants it.
Here's the attack from Smith. Oh! She finds her way through, threads the needle through Zhang's defenses, lands off target.
That's where distance is just so important to this match. Attack is no from Smith.
Piece getting involved again.
Because, you know, we needed that little bit more drama in this final match.
8 hits the gap. Zhang building. Zhang patient. Nods to her box.
The ability there to be able to have that patience, to draw that counter and then to finish.
In now, direct to shoulder. Amelie Zhang, 2 away from the gold medal for the England women's foil team. Katie Smith, not done yet, on the back line, off target.
It's easy to say that with a lead like this, Amelie should feel comfortable. But what she's doing here, the composure she's showing in a final like this, is unenviable, especially against all that experience from Katie Smith. Given the situation, Reika obviously goes to video. She wants to make sure she can separate this effectively. Giving it a good look with video referee Mads. She comes back. Attack simultaneous.
No separation
again.
as we were. Smith now looking for the moment to start her attack. Parried. Oh, in the air. Amelie Zhang leaps back, flicks to shoulder to go to 44.
What a point to pull out when you're under pressure. Your back half of your... The points are coming thick and fast. Lovely timing there from Smith.
Zhang looking for one more. Pressing now. We've seen her so dangerous. Off target. Never mind.
We can all breathe. It's okay.
The parry from Smith. The riposte misses. Zhang in with the remise. Off target. Zhang begins to press. Surely. Attack touche.
The patience of that attack. She deserves every moment of that. Amelie Zhang has very much won this for England. Amazing match there, in fairness, from Smith. She fenced incredibly well, but what composure from the young fencer, Amelie Zhang.
So that brings to an end the gold medal match of the women's team foil. Tremendous fight from Team England. Come back from a deficit midway through. Amelie Zhang turned it around in the middle and then closed it out. 45-34. They will take the gold medal. Luke, it was a thriller.
Yeah, the scoreline does not do it justice. I think, you know, there's basically two bouts in that match that really turned it round. Both coming from Amelie Zhang. What a match. It's lovely to see when the score flips around, keeps you on your toes. No runaway winner in this. This is exactly what we want from this kind of event. Both teams fencing very well. They should be very proud of what they've done. But what a performance, and congratulations to England.
Tremendous again. We were about to take a very short break, and then we will be back for the next final of the afternoon, which will be the men's team épée final, and we will have that here for you live on Fencing Vision. Thank you very much for joining us. Luke, thanks for joining us again in the commentary box.
Thank you very much for having me.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the men's Epee finalists to the piece.
Welcome back to University of East London's Sports Dock, where we are here for the third of our team finals of the afternoon, and it is the men's team Epee final that we will be watching for these next 45 minutes to an hour. India on our left, Scotland on our right, and I am delighted to be joined again for the third day in a row for the conclusion of the Epee by Leo McKinnon. Leo, how you doing?
I'm very great.
And thank you so much for being back here for more Epee here at the 2022 Commonwealth Fencing Championships. What have we got coming up for us? India, maybe a bit of a surprise package in this final?
Yeah, I mean, well, the Indian team have been getting way better this year. They've getting a lot of experience, training abroad, some of them now, traveling a lot more than they used to. I think they've really come through this year and shown that. Udavir Singh actually got top 32 this year in Bern at the World Cup. He's really come on, he's training in Paris. So I think the Indian team have really been up and coming. They've really gotten that experience that they were lacking before. Also Scotland.
Scotland as well, yes. Tell us about the Scottish team.
Well, last year they got bronze. They've won up to last championships in 2018 they got the bronze medal. So they've won up themselves. It's an unusual team. We have a lot of older faces that have come back, and I think that's probably given them a bit more experience and maturity that they hadn't had.
So the story of the day really throughout was the way that the Indian team had to fight through the tableau. Yeah, none of them were able to compete in the individuals. They had challenges getting to London, which meant that not a single one of them competed in the individuals. And as a result, they started the team competition as the bottom seeds. They took out the 5th seed South Africa in the last 16. They took out the 4th seeds Australia in the last 8. And then 45-44, 45-43, they took out the top seeds England. So this is a team that is absolutely on fire today.
Yeah, I mean, they have a lot to fight for. Like you said, they didn't get to fight the individuals. They had problems with their visa, which meant that they didn't make it in time. And they've really come out to prove that they are here to win. And they've had a cracking day, had some great fencing, and you just really you can really see how much they've come on and how much they've developed over the last year.
So the opening exchange then, on our left, Sunil Kumar of India. On our right, Jonathan Willard, individual bronze medalist, I think?
Yeah.
Yes. The opening exchange, just a double. Kumar pommeling, going to be looking to hold a wider distance possibly.
Yeah, and he just dropped his hand there. He, especially when you're fencing with a pommel, you just need to keep your hand up, otherwise your point is going to go up. And as shown just there, he went straight over the shoulder. And slight increase of the distance, and he might make those singles.
Both fencers in a bit of a not really happy to wait around. They're confident, looking to confidently score. Already 6 points scored. Kumar flicks over to the arm.
So he just opened the distance. He found the blade and just lifted his hand, and his point was just able to flick over onto the arm. It was a lovely touch. He's got such control with the French grip. It's really nice to see French grip being used properly and used in a way to advantage the French grip.
Willard just questing with his point around the wrist, accelerates through, scores with the flesh.
It's so difficult to touch him on that. He's so good at just dropping his arm. So you think his arm is there, and he just kind of lowers it slightly, it just removes the target, which means you end up fighting for remise. He's so good at following through on that remise.
Just dancing now on the edge of distance, Kumar. Woolard just questioning, asking a question around the wrist, dropping back.
I'd like to see them doing a little bit more. Provoking and fencing. It's been quite a quick opening match.
Yeah, we've still barely reached the halfway point. 4-3 the score, 5-3. Jonathan Woolard forces his way through inside the defence of Sunil Kumar. 5-3, he takes the lead.
Yeah, he's really good at just removing that arm. You really think that you're going to get it, and he just moves it out of the way, and then it's quick with the seeding parries or the remises.
You can see there just on our replay that we've got, he just collected that blade of Kumar as Kumar's looking to catch him on the way in. Got past the point, and then he was in. 5-3, quick opening exchange in this men's team Epee final. And now we have Jamie Firth of Scotland coming on against Udayveer Singh of India. Singh so strong in that semi-final match against England.
Pulls his arm back. It was a good idea, but time didn't even have a chance to start.
No, not waiting around at all. 2 points, 4 seconds gone. Jamie Firth.
He is fencing so well today, Jamie Firth. He's really using his distance and his reach well. Just picking off people either on their preparations or opening that distance and picking them off.
And this time as he looks to go in, Singh just there waiting for him, interrupts. Just short from Jamie Firth. Singh just dancing on the edge of distance. Jamie Firth just looking to see his frantic couple of points, and now we've just got a measured period where they're both just trying to feel each other out.
Yeah, I think Udayveer just needs to take his time a little.
And he drops in looking for the counter-attack, but he's short, and Jamie Firth able to hit over the top.
He's really using his reach well today, Jamie. He's so patient with it as well. He's really using everything that he can. It's working really well for him.
Jamie Firth just keeping his distance, keeping out of reach, giving himself time, space to work.
That was lovely. Great little provocation. He just leaves the point there, slips off James' blade straight into his shoulder. This is more what we'd be looking to see from the Indians now, is really pushing and setting up, provoking, forcing the Scottish to make mistakes.
Singh pulling Jamie Firth down into his half. The piece accelerates on the step forward.
Great timing. You really see how Zhang uses his feet as well, like in everything. He's not using his blade as much. It's really, this is going to be a great match. I'm really looking forward to the later stages of it.
See Singh just dancing into distance, holding their attraction, looking to invite something from Firth.
So close.
And there's the flesh again. This time Firth alive to it and doubles out.
I think I'd like to see Jamie doing a bit more of provoking. Right now I just kind of feel like he's looking for the doubles. He is 2 up, so perfectly good strategy at this point. But I'd like to see him provoking Singh a little bit more.
Singh drifting back and then holding in, He's looking for that big step forward from Firth again, something that he can interrupt and drive through with the flesh. Singh looks to drop down to leg. Jamie ready for it.
Yeah, like I said, with Jamie leaving, without him, he was just leaving his point there. He was letting Singh do the work, which is great if Singh's going to give you the opening, and if he goes down to the leg and he gives you his arm, that's exactly what Jamie needs to do. But
10-7 the score, 2 legs in. What are we seeing so far, Leo? What are the trends?
I feel like India's doing a lot of work and just making a few little mistakes in a few little strategical errors. Going down low when they could be doing a bit more provoking, feint high, go low, feint low, finish high. Scotland a little bit more reactive, but it's also working for them. So it's a really, it's a tough one. Like you want people to be creating their opportunities, but it's working for them, being reactive.
I guess part of that being, of course, they've got this 3-hit lead now.
Mm-hmm.
The incentive is there for them to keep working, to keep feeding off of these mistakes that India are making. Jet Li Singh now for India on the left. Callum Johnston for Scotland on the right.
So Callum's got a different style. He uses his body a lot more than most.
Jet Li Singh drops to the foot. So accurate.
Yeah. So fast that the Indians are really working on their speed at the moment.
He looks light and dynamic on his feet, does Singh.
Yeah, I think what he needs to do is he really needs to get like Callum moving and almost confuse him. Like I was just saying that Callum uses his body to feint, and if he can just ignore that movement and really focus on the distance and getting Callum off balance, he'll get through. But he needs to take his time. He can't rush it. We're only in the third period.
Johnson bites over the top. Singh deals with the initial one, but he can't land it, and Johnston's there with the second, with the remise.
It was a good attack from Callum. He timed it well. But this is where the Indians just need to be slightly more patient and set it up. Really making sure that they're getting those hits through.
Big deep lunge from Jet Li Singh, arm right back, inviting something from Johnson. And this time the distance closes up.
He provokes that reaction and does the counter time. This is great fencing. It's a great match so far. But yeah, I'd really like the Indians to use that counter time because they are good at it. They just have to be patient with it.
Singh bounces in. Johnston goes.
Yeah.
Bites for the opportunity.
It was almost a bit of a rushed attack. It was very... he took the opportunity, but I'm not sure it's one that needed taking at that point.
Speaking of taking the opportunity, Johnston launches the flesh, doubles out with Jet Li Singh.
They're all being quite fast
And again.
pushing for those attacks. They don't want to hold back. The Indians just don't seem to have a response for that, for the rushing that Scots are doing. They're just doubling out.
Scotland forcing the pace here, fencing this match at a high tempo in the third leg, 13-11, a 2-hit lead for Scotland.
We saw against England how India just like crawled back match per match. Oh.
This time, Jet Li Singh bites. He's provoked. Johnston ready, takes advantage.
That was great. It's really nice to see the counter time coming through. Like I don't think we saw it enough in the individual. Really nice to see people provoking and coming forward with the counter time. team match is so much more strategical than the individuals, and be really important later on to see who can make that counterpoint work, who can be the best provoker.
Jetli Singh just bouncing in, bouncing low, and then skipping out of distance. At 10 seconds on this clock. Johnston through with the flesh.
He just stands up, straightens his legs, and he can't get the point on. He's unbalanced. Great timing again from Callum.
After 3, Scotland up by 4. As you said, Leo, it's aggressive front foot epee fencing from Scotland. They're not giving India time to settle. They're not giving them the chance to set up the hits they want to set up.
I think it's important for Scotland to keep this tempo up. They're really pushing India, and India just seem to have no response to this quick tempo at the moment.
Firth back on for his second.
Interesting that all of the Indians are French grippers at the moment. It definitely changes the game and changes their strategy.
Sunil Kumar back on for India on our left. Jamie Firth back on for Scotland on our right. Jamie Firth just hanging back, compact in his shape, looking to draw something out from his Indian opponent. Sunil Kumar just now slowing down the pace of the fight. His first leg against Jonathan Woolard was frantic. Barely a minute on the clock by the time we were out of that first leg, 5-3.
Yeah, and here again, he's got to be looking to provoke. He's got to be drawing Jamie in.
7 seconds before we go. Double out. At this stage, do we feel that India were keen to avoid any non-combativity call, or is it not playing into the minds yet?
I don't know. I think, a lot of the attacks are coming from Scotland. I don't think India are particularly fussed about the P card at the moment. You see it a lot more in epee in the team events. It's definitely not really something to worry about for me, Epee yellow. But it's almost like Scotland don't want it.
Jamie Firth dancing back out of the way. Not giving Sunil Kumar anything. Waiting for his moment where he can spring.
It's very active in the legs, very ready in the legs, Jamie, which is a good position to be in right now. Especially as Kumar is very passive at the moment. He's just taking his time and really standing on the spot at the moment. Small steps, but not quite enough pushing and releasing to get that provocation.
You can see there Sunil Kumar just inching into distance, just holding steady where he is. Jamie Firth bouncing ready. 4 hits, still the gap. Jamie Firth over the top.
So Kumar go in there. He almost hesitated, pulled back a little, and that's when Jamie just went straight in. It was great timing again.
Stranded in no man's land was Kumar. Jamie Firth happy to oblige.
They're really taking every opportunity at the moment, Scotland, not letting anything go.
Kumar in over the top, drops short. It's a double. And again, Scotland to the target score. And they've extended the lead as well now to 5 hits. At what point, Leo, does scoreboard pressure start to become something in the mind of this Indian team?
They've just got to keep remembering they're only 5 hits down. We're going into the 5th relay. We've got another. What we got?
5 more legs.
5 more?
Yeah, 5 more legs.
5 more. There we go. I was going to say 4, but we haven't actually started the 5th relay. We've got another 5 more legs to go, and that's less than a point. Well, that's a point per leg, and that's very, very doable. If we start to see Scotland crack under pressure, if they start to think about what they're about to do, that they're about to win the Commonwealth Championships, they might start to tense up and start missing, and that's when the Indians could take advantage. We could see it the other way around. We could just see India fall apart.
Jetli Singh then back on for his second. Jonathan Willard, individual bronze medalist, on for his second. Driving through with that point, Willard. Doubles out.
The Indians have to start getting hold of the blade. They're doing really well on the counter-attacks and counter-time.
He actually misses the first. Willard unable to take advantage. The first single light for India for what feels like 2 rounds.
Yeah, Willard just hesitated. He pulled his arm back and allowed Jetli to get his remise on, which is the first time we've seen. Oh, lovely touch. Great distance. Little pick under the hand. Oh, they've pulled out the air fryer wire and the pieced.
Referee Ngoyan says that definitely hit you.
Yeah. Scotland bench tried to call for video on that one.
Johnny Willard seemed pretty happy to acknowledge it.
Yeah.
Long attack from Willard. Singh able to get the double. Maybe feels like he could have got more.
I just think if they start going for, they don't even have to take the blade in a big parry. Just get a little beat. Oh. Duck into the armpit. Straight under.
Jetli Singh has started to find his range. Twice now under the wrist of Jonathan Willard.
Little more patience, set it up.
Distance just starting to inch in closer. Who's going to pick the moment? Oh, Willard attacks from out of range.
He really wanted that Willard. That was almost his third attempt. He hesitated over 2 at the back of the piece and then went in the middle.
Couldn't resist the third attempt.
It's great provoking from Jetli, but attacking in the middle is always so dangerous in epee, especially from afar.
You said at the start of this leg, it's only 5-point gap, no need to worry, plenty of time left, and here we are. Jetli Singh back within 1 for India.
Yeah, I think.
Oh, he brings them level.
This is great. He's really found that distance and timing. I almost want to say that the Indians didn't warm up.
And yeah, now they're here. 7 points to 2 in this leg. Jetli Singh.
They're really showing their skill in their feet right now to set it up, get in those stop hits and the counters and changing the target.
And now direct.
He's really found that timing. He's figured it out. He's got 2 hits at the end of the relay and 1 minute and 11 seconds.
I think Jetli Singh would quite like this to go to 30.
That would be a good point. We are in the 5th. Yeah.
Wouldn't mind staying on, you suspect.
Yeah. That's why these middle matches are so important. We often say that the middle matches are it's where everything can change. If a match is going to significantly change, it's normally in the middle. And things start to just open up.
And here we see Jetli Singh. 8 points he scored in this middle leg. Brought India back level and now a slender 1-hit lead. 45 seconds remaining in this period.
Still picking at the arm. Really wants that arm hit.
See Willard so much more conservative now with his point. Maybe he doesn't trust himself to get his arm out there.
Yeah, he doesn't, but he still is looking to level. He's trying to redeem himself.
Oh!
A mistake from Jetli. He missed the first one, jumped in and just got the distance slightly wrong, which allowed Woolard to pick up the remise.
23 apiece, 15 seconds remaining. It feels like we've got a match here now.
Indian clawed their way back in once again.
We saw their stickability in the semi-final against England. And here, the dynamism of Jet Li Singh brought India level, 23 apiece.
What a great relay from Jet Li.
Hand over now. Callum Johnston of Scotland back on against Udayveer Singh, 23 apiece. Just past the midway point, Leo. How's this match shaping up?
We're in for a match. I mean, this is going to be an interesting relay. We've got Udayveer against Callum. And I just wonder who's going to come out on top. CJ's so good at using his body to draw in the other opponent's big prep and flesh into it. But then Udayveer is so quick. Can he get Callum stuck in his legs and push through?
Is he going to pick up that baton that Jet Li has handed to him?
Yeah.
Change the momentum. Suddenly, all of those wrist hits, all of those arm hits just landing for Jet Li Singh.
Udayveer was so good in the England match. He really clawed them back in and showed his repertoire of movements.
See immediately Udayveer just opening and closing the distance. Really dynamic change of direction and distance.
Just have to get that timing right with Callum. He's just so good at just giving you a fake timing and a fake distance that you really believe you can go. And it's all games.
Little provocation. Johnston goes. Singh's equal to it.
Yeah, not much really interesting about the touch. CJ's still looking to go. He's not giving. It's an interesting flash. He almost went up more than he went forward.
Udayveer just caught napping.
Yeah. That's what CJ's so good at as well. Like, he really makes you feel that there's nothing to worry about, or that you're all good in a good distance, and just you're not.
This time, though, into the preparation.
Yeah. It's great. And I think that's what Singh's to hold on to here. He really needs to not think about what CJ is doing, but focus on himself and focus on his own game, because he is so good at it when he gets going. And if you can just ignore what Callum is doing.
Oh, and there it is. Skips back, leaves Johnston stranded, springs forward to score. So just me, Udayveer Singh just upping the intensity of his movement a bit here.
He's got to be a little careful. His steps are a little big for me. And that CJ could just pick him up on that.
And that's what he's looking for.
Yeah, he was just signaling to his teammates. He just slightly missed the angle, which allowed CJ in.
There it is.
Step forward. On the big steps, he's just going to go in on it. Just got to be so careful of that.
Callum Johnston picking the moment every time.
It's not often that you see Epee go off the on-guard line. CJ is just, the Scottish team really are going for it.
And again.
I think if I was the Indians now, I'd be really opening up in the middle of the piece. I wouldn't stay there.
Or attack through it.
Yeah. Just either you got to get out or get in, but don't hang around in the middle. That's where they're getting hit.
The distance absolutely collapses. Callum Johnston finds a touch from nothing.
Gone to video. Not quite sure what they're videoing.
Maybe looking to see if Johnston hit his own leg.
Yeah.
Either way, 7-5 for Scotland in that leg. Into now the final third of this match.
Here we got Jamie again.
Jet Li Singh.
Jet Li Singh back.
The man who did all the work, who did the work for India in that fifth leg, he's back on. Jamie Firth is going to be the man in his sights.
Can he do the same thing against Jamie? Jamie's been so good at just leaving the point there and letting them walk onto it themselves. I almost wasn't sure that had touched. Such good timing and distance.
Direct to body, Jet Li Singh.
That little beat of the blade on his way in just threw Jamie off. That was great beat attack.
Oh, the setup. You said it several legs ago. Feint low, go high.
They've just been going to foot direct so much that just why wouldn't you feint low, go high? If you've been doing it and it's not working and they think you're going to go to the foot direct. That was lovely touch. Oh, then he reversed.
The Indian crowd on their feet. Jet Li Singh doing it again.
And we saw him do that in one of the last touches against Willard, where he slightly misses the timing. He leaves himself vulnerable on that duck. That was a flesh. I think he would have got that.
Jamie's shoulder there for the...
Oh, lovely from Jamie Birthday. Just feinting, draws back the arm, pulling in the counter, and just able to pick him off on top. This is lovely from Jamie because we're seeing him provoking more and creating opportunities for himself.
Jet Li Singh looking to just bring the energy that he brought to the fifth leg, but Jamie Firth is equal to it so far in this first half of this seventh leg. Direct!
He just lulled Jamie into this false sense of being safe and just using his feet again, like in, out, in, out. Jamie's just following him. It's the only thing, like, you can't follow an epee. You have to keep control of the footwork.
Little provocations now from Jamie. Aware of the danger that Singh poses to his leg and his foot. Oh!
Get a very fast splash. Jamie was ready for that one. It's nice to see now both sides really taking their time and working for each touch.
Oh! Oh, delicate from Jetli Singh.
He just did, like I said, Jamie pulls him in. Does exactly the same back. He responds to everything Jetli Singh. He's got an answer.
34 all. Who's going to take that one-touch lead going into the 8th? Feel this won't end at 34 all.
Feel a flesh coming. I'm not going to lie.
Oh! Jetli Singh to the foot.
Just direct to the foot. Putting India back in the lead.
And it was at this point in the semi-final that India just found a one-hit lead against England. And they were just able to hold on through the 7th, the 8th and the 9th legs to make it here to the final. Is it going to be repeating itself?
I really feel like the Indians have warmed up into this match. We saw them start very slow.
Callum Johnston, superb performer for Scotland so far in this leg. He's brought them back into the lead again earlier in the 6th leg. Can he do it again here in the 8th? Sunil Kumar on for India.
Please get out of the middle of the piece.
Sunil Kumar setting up camp on the centre line. Inviting the flesh from Johnston. Will he take it?
I feel like Kumar's also very happy in this rhythm of fencing. He doesn't move as much as the other two on his team. So can Callum fool him with that? Callum likes to slow it down too. He likes to make you think that he likes to come in on your prep, but doesn't give it to him. It was a great counter. He just stood his ground, and like I said, he's not giving him the prep, so Callum's got nothing to go off. There wasn't an opening.
Callum just feels like he feels the responsibility to hand over a lead to Willard. Looks for the hit.
Yeah, I mean, the penultimate match is always such a funny one. Like, do you try and get the lead? Do you hold where you are? Do you trust your team? Is your team able to do that job? Are you trying to extend a lead? It's such a play on strategy. And often we'll see like one or two touches and then people start to get desperate at this point. And Scotland can't crack. They can't throw away points. But then again, nor can India. And yeah, the 8th match is always a massive toss-up as to if you can hold it or who's going to hold and who's going to extend.
Kumar just so disciplined. Holding in!
On the prep once again. And Callum just jumps in with his point up in the air.
Sunil Kumar absolutely ready. 3 hits the lead for India. Surely they're not pulling away here.
Oh! And Callum! Why? There's just no opening and he's just forcing the attack. He's forcing it. It's really looking, like you said, he wants to try and get back. But just sometimes in Epee, it's the biggest mistake you can make. Just trying to force a hit. There's still 1.5 minutes on the clock and another 3 minutes after that.
Double. Kumar will be delighted.
I almost want to tell them not to finish the relay. Like, Scotland do not need to firm out. Make India work for it.
Sunil Kumar just probing on the edge. Callum Johnston, where's his moment? Does he back himself to go?
I think this is one of the biggest mistakes in Epee team events is you don't need to finish a relay when you're behind. Leave room for your team to come back. It's a lot harder to come back when your your opposing team has to get 5 as to when they have to get 10. Give yourself the room.
He went into that leg trailing by 1. Now he leaves an India a 4-hit lead into this 9th leg. Udayveer Singh will pick up the mantle, will pick up the baton.
I I feel like Olivier is slightly in his comfort zone here. Don't forget, he is a French gripper and he loves that picking movement and he loves picking off on prep. India have done a great job of getting Olivier to where he needs to be to finish this relay. It's gonna be provoking the attack.
Oh, Jonathan Willard.
Wow. Very long lunge from out of distance and low hand.
Oh, and now a second unanswered point from Jonathan Willard.
So that flash is so deceiving. Olivier now needs to just not let him start. He needs to get that attack on prep in. And on target.
Oh no!
Straight over the shoulder. His point is not on. With 30 seconds in, and that's 3 touches.
Udaveer Singh needs to settle down, needs to find his rhythm, find his point.
There it is. Just a little tap of the blade to hit it out of the way first. He can stay on it, keep moving in and out, and just really setting up, not giving Jonathan the time to find the timing. And as he goes, just a little beat on the blade, it just throws him off balance so much.
Oh no! Singh, despair, faces his box.
He's really struggling mentally at here. We can really see him. His body language isn't that comfortable.
Jonathan Willard, meanwhile, starting to feel it. He had a difficult match against Jet Li Singh!
Oh! I slightly agree with Epee here. I'm not going to lie. I failed to see where that hit. Would love to see a replay of that.
Referee's taking a long time to check this one. Mask on. Referee Thomas Ngoyen. Touche. Point. Jonathan Willard.
Such a great time.
5 points. Udaveer Singh having to take off his Team India patch, which was flapping, had come loose. 5 points for Jonathan Willard to 1 from Singh. Surely there isn't another turnaround here. Level at 41.
Oh, there we go. Just waits for the first one to land short. And as Jonathan comes back on his recovery, straight in. Just got to open up that distance a little bit more and play with that timing.
Willard pressing now, putting Singh under pressure.
Go. Oh,
Singh goes. Willard doubles.
So lucky Willard there. Udaveer pulled his arm back as he went. Extends it. He just get there a little bit faster.
Willard on the edge.
Oh,
Singh!
That's the timing that he needs. That little bit of patience and get the arm out. So Willard's so far forward. He really is. He's got his arm right out and just got no response if Udaveer's a bit patient.
India need 1 to win. Willard, has he got something here? 7 points. He scored this leg. 8.
Just pulling his arm back every time. Can Willard come back and get 1 more? He needs to keep this pressure on. The Indians do not like that pressure.
Singh looking for his moment.
Patience. And again with the arm back and the point up.
Jonathan Willard levels at 44. Piling the pressure onto Udaveer Singh. Singh cracks. And Woolard has his moment.
What a final we have here. Final touch. 1 minute 18 to go.
The clock is not an issue.
Woolard needs to keep that pressure on.
Here he is on the...
Oh! Keep that pressure on does not mean throw it away in the middle of the piece.
Jonathan Woolard goes for glory. Udayveer Singh.
Wow. Woolard, if he'd kept that pressure on to the end of the piece and kept pushing and provoking, he could have had it. Oh, and that's where we see the mental game come in from both sides.
9-5, heroic leg from Johnny Woolard. But in the end, at 44 all, cracks, and it's Udayveer Singh who takes India over the line for the gold medal. Leo.
I had goosebumps watching that last touch. Oh my gosh. I can't help but feel sorry for the Scots. They did so good. They're just a little bit more patience, maybe a little bit more experience, and you'd be able to keep that game strong.
Back and forth the match from the first leg. And the final point, Udayveer Singh, 45-44. India, the 2022 Senior Men's Epee Team Champions. Leo, what can you say about that match?
What a final. That was, we saw the big comeback in the middle by Jetli Singh just pulling his team back in, and then Woolard pulling his team back in, right back to the final touch. And you just kind of want to shake them all a little and just set it up. Patience, please. Just every time one of them went in the middle, it was just 2 seconds to get the final touch on. You had 1 minute 18 left on the clock.
Oh, tremendous final. Absolutely incredible.
Oh, what a match. And both sides went so well. And we saw the pressure getting to them both. Both sides cracked a little. And at the same time, both sides stayed so strong. Wow. What a match.
We will be having a very short break, and then we will be back for our last final of the day, which will be the Women's Category A individual foil wheelchair final, and that will be between Wales's Gemma Collis and India's Malti. Leo, thanks very much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me again.
And we will be back again tomorrow for the Women's Team Epee Championship. But for now, we're going to just take a short break, and then we will be back again with that wheelchair final. Thanks again for listening. Cheers.
integrated event, I'll call you on WhatsApp. I'll try to call you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the podium the medalists for the team challenge events that we held today, starting with the women's Sabre team challenge. The gold medalists were the Jesco team. Just to explain, the various teams were formed from nations who didn't have enough fencers in a given weapon to form their own national team. So in the spirit of the Commonwealth, these fencers came together. Next we have the women's foil team challenge, where there were 3 teams. Looks like a mixed Indian team here. Sabre, Shreya Gupta, Epee and Abati Karnak. Silver medalists, a New Zealand scratch team, Azaria Eddy, Chantal May and Liana Sell. And in bronze medal place, the rest of the Commonwealth team. Tian Fong, Elizabeth Fraser, Ellen Lee and Anita Kranga. The medals and other certificates have been presented by Marie-France Dufour, who's the president of the Commonwealth Fencing Federation. We now have an exhibition match. We have a combined, no we don't, the exhibition match is later, pardon me, I've got overexcited. So the next event is the Para-Women's Foil Category A Individual Final. Fencing today, Gemma Collis, representing Wales. Gemma is the world number 2 in Epee, and she was the winner of the World Cup in Montreal in 2018. Fencing her today is Multi from India. Multi got the foil gold in the
Welcome back to the University of London's Sports Dock. We are here now for the next final in the para fencing Commonwealth Championships, and we are here looking at the women's individual foil category A final. This will be between Gemma Collis of Wales, who will be on our right, and Multi of India on our left. Gemma Collis, current world number 2 in category A Epee and the winner of the 2018 World Cup in Montreal. Multi, the foil gold medalist, the national champion of India for 2019 and 2020. This will be our penultimate match that we are covering here today, and it is our third wheelchair final. It is the third ever wheelchair final here at the Fencing Commonwealth Championships. We have thus far, this championship, seen the men's category A Epee and the men's category B Epee. This will be the first time that we have seen either foil or the women's events, and it is Gemma Collis of Wales who is on our right, and she is taking on Multi of India on our left. Immediately, Multi on the attack, lands off target. Collis driving back, evading. Collis collecting the blade, attack off target. A successful parry riposte for Gemma Collis. The Welsh fans in the crowd loudly supporting. Again, this time the Multi's remise off target. Unable to find the target yet. Collis's defense just holding firm. This time Multi withdraws, takes the parry. Collis collects, disengage, lands to the target of Multi. 2-0. Collis absorbs the attack, responds. 3-0. The dynamism of Collis, she's able to absorb the attacks coming her way and then spring forward accurately to the target. Both fences withdraw. McCollis strikes. You can see the accuracy of the point, just questing, avoiding the attempted parries of Multi, and she finds her way through, defends. This time Multi equal to it, but the counter riposte is good from Collis. She goes into a 6-0 lead. Back and forth. Collis attacks, Multi defends. Multi launches an attack of her own. Collis absorbs it, launches the attack herself. This time, Collis holding back. Multi is in, scores, and then remises to score again. This time, the exchange, the parry riposte from Multi is good. A furious exchange of counter ripostes, back and forth. Collis staying forward, keeping her point forward. She collects the parry and scores. Collis defends. She goes out on the riposte, and you can see the frustration. She misses. Multi is able to score. It is her third 3-8. The attack from Collis. Through and scores. And again, the beat attack this time from Collis. Absorbing the attacks. She's been absorbing the attacks early. Multi goes to video. She would like the referees to have another look. So far for the first half of this match, Collis has been dropping back, absorbing the attacks, and now starts springing forwards from on guard to score. Referee return, stays with the original decision of attack. Holding back now, both of them. Collis forward, scores 11. Beat attack parried. Riposte is off target from Multi. The attack parry, riposte parry, remising now. Both holding. Parry, the remise, Multi off target. Beat attack is off target from Collis. Beat attack is good from Collis. Again, this variety. As soon as the referee says play, she's clear whether she's attacking or defending. Here, holding back. Patiently waiting, seizing her moment to strike forward as Multi thinks to come forward herself. The beat attack initially misses from Collis. The remise is good. Parry, riposte, off target. Collis needing one more to take the title. Holding back, parry, riposte, misses. Multi ready with the remise. Immediate yellow card. The referee. Hollis drops back, parries again. Counter riposte from Multi. Both withdraw. Multi looking for the attack, but Collis is in. She takes the gold. Welsh fans in the crowd cheering. She is the first ever Commonwealth fencing champion in women's Category A individual foil. Gemma Collis of Wales. Welsh fans cheering her to the ceiling. Now be a short break when we will be returning with our final match of the afternoon, which will be an exhibition match of combined para fencing and fencing, and it will be demonstrated here for us on the podium piece. Join us then for a look at that. But for now, we are going to take a short break, and then we will be back for that last event of the evening. Thank you very much. Good evening. Welcome back to the University of East London's Sports Dock. It is day 3 here at the Commonwealth Fencing Championships, and we are here now for really a first of the Commonwealth Championships. It's been going to be a championships of firsts across the whole sort of 12 days of competition. It will be the first time that all of the age groups from cadet through junior to senior and then veteran have been here in one venue at one time. It will also be the first time that wheelchair has ever been on the is also going to be the first time we will have had wheelchair present on at the championships. But this is very much a first, and this is an exhibition match. This is not part of the championships proper, but this is an exhibition match between England and India. And what it is it's a combined fencing and para-fencing wheelchair event. So each team is composed of 4 people, not in the same way that a normal team event would be of 3 plus 1 reserve. This is 4 people, 2 para-fencers, 1 and 2 fencers. And the way it will work is the fencers will alternate, and so the 2 fencers will fence each other, the 2 para-fencers will fence each other, and they will be going across 8 legs up to 40. And what we are looking to see is how this might work as a potential event format for the future, really solidifying that sort of integration between the fencing and para-fencing disciplines. So this will be all done in foil, and we have a team from England on our right, and we have a team from India on our left, and they will both be fencing. You can see the finals piece just in the center of the shot now. That is where the first fencing match will take place. And that will be between England's Elizabeth Fraser on our right and India's Anita Chanu Famdun on our left. If you then look just below the podium piece, you can see getting ready on the wheelchair piece, Justine Moore of England on our right and Rekha Tanwar of India on our left. So the way this match will play out, the first match will happen on the finals piece, and then once that has happened, that will be a match up to 5 in the manner of a normal team match, and then once that is finished, the 2 fencers will step off the piece and they will change, and our attention will go down to the piece just below, the para-fencing piece just below. They will then take up the score from the first leg. So we're expecting one of the fencers to be on 5, we're expecting one of them to be on less than 5. And then from there, it will go up to 10, and we're going all the way up to 40, a total of 8 legs. So here we are. England on our right, Elizabeth Fraser. Famdun on our left from India. just trying to get the remote working properly with the scoring box, and then we will be back underway. And we are underway. Remote working, box working. Fraser on the attack for England. Famdon on the attack now for India. This time, the attack strong with Famdon of India, 1 apiece. Another attack from Famdon, but this time Fraser skipping backwards, catching the shoulder of the Indian fencer and evading the attack, 2-1 at the lead. This exchange of parries back and forth, long flowing attacks from both of these fencers. Famdon absorbs the attack from Fraser, and now looking to just patiently set up one of her own. Accelerates and scores. Here's the attack parried. The riposte is off target. Attack now from Fraser, misses. Famdon scores with the counter-attack. The attempted attack on preparation from Famdon misses. Fraser's attack misses. And then the remise from Famdon is off target. Attack off target. Famdon there with the counter-attack. The attack from Fraser misses. Famdon's counter-attack misses. The remise goes through from Fraser, 3 apiece. The attack, the reprise from Fraser. Into the lead now, 4-3. Fraser looking for that point, but and tests her weapon, but there's no light come up. Fraser takes a parry. The riposte misses. Famdon's remise off target. Famdon skips out of the way. Looking to set an attack of her own. Fraser, riposte from Famdon. 4 apiece. Next point will take us into the next leg. This is the attack from Fraser. 5-4. She takes a lead at the end of this first leg. And now our attention will shift to the wheelchair piece, which is just in front of the podium piece. And it will be Justine Moore of England taking on Rekha Tanwar of India. They will pick up exactly the same score. So it will begin with Moore on 5 and Tanwar on 4, and they will be going up to 10. So in terms of the scoring system, it'll work exactly like a sort of normal relay, with a normal team relay, with each leg inheriting the score from the previous one, with each match inheriting the score from the previous one. What we will, the only difference is the number of fences involved. So it's 4 on each team as opposed to 3. They will fence 2 opponents, and we will alternate between fencing on the para piste down below and then up on the finals piste above. So this next match now, Justine Moore of England on our right, Rekha Tanwar of India on our left, and they are going up to 10. And while this is happening down on the para fencing piste, the next fencers will be getting ready to go back onto the finals piste above, which will be Ellie Knox of England against Awati Radlika of India. Justine Moore now hanging back, looking to defend. Parry and riposte is off target. The attack comes from Moore. 6-4 now. She hangs back, waits, picks her moment, accelerates forward. This time, Tanwar, initially parried, holds firm, holds forward, gets the remise and scores. Both fencers looking, waiting to anticipate the moment that their opponent might want to come forward, and then driving forwards themselves. This time the attack is from the left from Tanwar. She starts slowly building up, inviting the counterattack from Moore. This is the riposte. Moore leans into the attack. It does not land. Tanwar attacks over the top of it and scores. And then the attack here from Tanwar. She takes India into the lead, 7-6. And then Tanwar attacks, parried. She attacks again, keeping her point forward. And then this time takes the parry, ripostes, 9-6. The attack parried from Moore is no. She misses. Tanwar scores on the remise. 10-6 now. The lead that India hold. Now attention now shifts up to the podium piste, where Ellie Knox of England on our right will take on Awati Radlika of India on our left. And in this match now, third one will go up to 15. And while this match is just being, and while the fencers on the podium piece getting ready, the next fencers coming on to the para fencing piece are also just lining up, and that will be Emily Holder for England, and a fencer that we've just seen in the category A wheelchair final, which will be Malti of India. We're back now on the podium piece, and it's Ellie Knox of England taking on Awati Radlika of India. Knox of England on our right, Radlika of India on our left. And down below on the parafencing piece, Holder and Multi have got themselves, are now set up ready for the next leg of the para fencing, which will come immediately after this. So Radlika out with a strong para riposte, just beginning to extend that Indian lead. There's the attack from the left. Referee Grundy wants to go and take a look at the video. He's supported on that video by referee Chris Farron. The referee Grundy has returned. The attack is left for India. Radlika extending the lead now, 12-6, India lead England. This time, Radlika comes in, draws the attack on preparation from Knox, takes a parry, lands off target, unfortunately. Radlika pressing. Knox holds her nerve, lets her in close, counterattacks, blocks out, 7-12. Attack is with Radlika. She is now within 2, taking us into the 4th leg. The attack off target. The attack from Radlika, parried, Knox now on the attack, lands off target. The attack here from the right. Radlika looks at the referee, thinks about video, decides better of it. 13-8. This time the attack continues all the way. Radlika again considers video, decides against it. Knox pressing. Attack is missed. Radlika off target. Then this time, again, through from Knox, bringing the scores back. 4 she has scored in this leg to 3 from Radlika. Parried, ripostes from Knox, 5. She's now within 2. The riposte off target from Knox. Radlika able to land with the remise. 1 more to take us into the 4th. The attack misses. The counter-attack is good. The attack, parried, riposte is off target from Radlika. And it is 1 light. Knox within 1. But it is now as Knox looks to press, looks to push forward. Radlika closes the distance, lands the counterattack and blocks out. taking India to that target score of 15. We move now down now to the next match. Where we will be back on the para-fencing piste. Emily Holder of England on our right will be taking on Malti of India on our left. We are now in the fourth leg. Holder of England on the right, Malti of India on the left. Target score 25, India holding a slender 15-13 lead. Parry, the riposte misses from Holder. Malti through on the remise, and again the attack misses. Malti blocking out, able to score with the remise. Malti just looking for the answer, she feints high. And Emily Holder looks for the attack. Malti able to anticipate the line, blocks out, scores. This time Malti attacks, it misses just short. Holder attacks over the top. Holder hanging back. She looks to lure Holder. She looks to lure Malti forwards. Goes for the attack. Malti with the counter attack. She's one hit away now. Parry riposte from Holder. Hits the mask off target. Holder looking to hang back, draw the attack. Malti picks the opportunity, sees Holder coming forwards, attacks. That takes India out to a 20-14 lead. Attention now will shift back up to the finals piste, where Elizabeth Fraser and Awati Radlika will be back on for their second legs. Elizabeth Fraser on the right, 14. Radlika holding that 20-14 lead now for England, for India, sorry. Here we are now, leg 5. Fraser on our right, Radlika on our left. In now with the counter-attack, Fraser, 15-20. She looks to just take away this deficit, this 5-hit deficit, and just eat into it. The attack is off target from Fraser. Radlika fails to score. Fraser lands with the remise as she skips backwards out of distance. Riposte from Radlika fails, in close, off target. The counter riposte is good from Elizabeth Fraser. 3 points now she has scored. Radlika yet to score in this leg. The attack, referee Grundy would like to have a look. He goes to the video. Attack is from the right, 18-20. The attack comes from Fraser. Radlika sends to the video. Overturned. Radlika on the board now with her first. Fraser attacks off target. Radlika parries. The remise off target. Exchange back and forth. The counter riposte is for Radlika. She gets her second. India back out to a 4-hit lead. Attack from Radlika all the way through. From Fraser, sorry, all the way through. Radlika pressing now. Blades are trapped as Radlika steps in. The attack off target. The attack off target from Fraser. Video called by Radlika. She thinks she's got to manage to be able to get in on preparation. Grundy returns. Attack off target. The attack from Fraser fails. The remise goes through. Radlika presses. The counter-attack from Fraser. The riposte from Radlika off target. Fraser pressing now. The attack accelerates. Parried and off target from Radlika. Finally, referee calls Korakor no touch. Radlika pressing, lands the attack. 2 points now, the lead. And the riposte. At last, she finds the target. So many landing off target, but this one she lands. This and riposte again, misses again. Remise lands from Fraser. The attack is off target from Radlika. This time, the attack lands, 25-22. We've reached the end of the fifth. We return now to the para-piste. Emily Holder on against Rekha Tanwar. On now in the sixth. Holder of England on our right, Tanwar of India on our left. Tanwar with a slender 3-hit lead over Holder. Tanwar waiting patiently. She looks to go in, Holder counterattacks on the arm off target. Exchanges back and forth. This time, Tanwar draws Holder forwards. And as she does, she leans in with the attack on preparation. Tanwar just searching with the blade. Can she draw Emily Holder forwards? She looks to go herself. And then in. 27-22 now. And immediately off of the line, Tanwar. A change of pace, a change of intention. She drives forward, 28-22. Clears the blade, hesitates for a moment as Tanwar, and then accelerates to the target. 29-22 the score now. Tanwar sitting back, patient, just absorbing, off target. Holder looking, questing for the opportunity to go through. Tanwar attacks his off target. And then the attack from Tanwar is good. Rekha Tanwar takes India to a 30-22 lead. We return now to the finals piece for the last match on the finals piece, and this will be between Ellie Knox and Anita Chanu Famden. And then we will be back down to the para piste for the last match of this mixed exhibition match, and that will be between Justine Moore and of England and Multi of India, and that will be to take us to the score of 40. And we are here now for our penultimate leg of this mixed exhibition match, para fencing and fencing, women's foil, England versus India. India on our left will be Anita Chanu Famdon. On our right, Ellie Knox of England with 22. Target score for this match will be 35. And then they will hand over to Justine Moore of England and Multi of India to take us to that final score of 40. That penultimate match, the 7th leg, just about to get underway. Remise from Famdon, she scores early. This time Famdon takes the blade, attacks over the top. And a counter-attack, 33, 3 points in no time. Knox pushing now, she lands the attack. 23-33, the lead 10 for India. Parry and riposte touche for Ellie Knox. 25-33. The attack off target from Ellie Knox. Famdon looking to leap in with the counter. She finds the target. She doesn't stop the attack. This time, though, Ellie Knox finds the counter attack. Famdon finds the blade, but is off target. The attack from Famdon misses. The counter attack from Knox scores. This time, though, the counter-attack lands from Famdon. She steps in, collapses the distance. Knox not ready for it. Famdon within one of taking us into the final 8th leg. The attack from Knox lands within 6 now. Famdon looking for the blade, and as she searches, it opens the door for Knox to attack. The attack again from Ellie Knox. Within 4 now. Is she giving Justine Moore just something to aim for? Knox Famdon searching. Knox takes the moment to score. 31-34. Justine Moore now will be grateful of this work that Ellie Knox has done, but now Famdon with the counter-attack. 34-31 the score. And we go down to Justine Moore and Multi of India for this final leg. Target score will be 40. 5 needed by India, 9 needed by England. Immediately out of the blocks, Multi, the attack off target. Multi just waiting with the blade, looking for the moment to attack. This time more though, parries high, riposts low. And the attack again from Moore. 33-35, she's within 2. Hard work done by Ellie Knox earlier. And then the attack through from Multi, 36-33. She restores that 3-hit lead. Attack through from Justine Moore. Keeping Multi within touching distance. Parry, riposte from Multi. She moves a step closer to the target score of 40. Moore moves early, immediately yellow carded. The attack through from Justine Moore, 35-37. Taco fair from the left, Multi now, 38-35. Remise from Multi, scores 39. She is now within 1. More looking forwards. Multi through 40-35. She takes the win for India in this first ever exhibition mixed parafencing and parafencing women's foil event. Thank you for joining us for this for our coverage of this, and thank you for joining us for our coverage of Day 3 of the 2022 Commonwealth Fencing Championships. We will return tomorrow, where we will conclude the coverage of the senior team competitions, and that will be with the senior men's team foil, the senior men's team Sabre, and the senior women's team Epee. We will also have the parafencing men's epee team and the parafencing women's foil team competitions for you, as well as a similar exhibition match planned of a men's foil team parafencing fencing mixed team event. Thank you very much for watching. Please Please join us tomorrow and have a good evening. Thank you.
Could all medalists please assemble between the bleachers? All medalists, please assemble between the bleachers. Any officials involved in the presentations, please also assemble between the bleachers.
We are now going to begin the medal ceremony with the women's team Sabre medal presentation. Please welcome to the podium the medalists for the women's team, Sabre competition. Please welcome to the podium the medalists for the women's team Sabre championships. The medals will be presented by Ellen Smith, President of the Oceania Fencing Federation. In the bronze medal position, representing India, Bhavani Devi, Kaur Jagmeet, Jyotsna Christie Jose, Kushi Ramana Benika. In the silver medal position, representing England, Tamara Karnak, Ellen Nightingale, Sophia Potter, and Ellen Robins-Wilkinson. The second bronze medal representing Australia goes to Georgina Barrett, Violet Hull, Myri Muralidharan and Georgia Salmons. Representing Scotland, Sarah Barrett, Chloe Dixon, Mary McLaughlin and Katie Smith. In the gold medal position and the 2022 Senior Women's World Commonwealth Champions representing England, Kate Beardmore, Georgia and Stewart. Please now stand if you are able and face the flags opposite the podium with the national anthem. say my UK coaching CPD thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good.
Yeah.
Please welcome to the podium the medalists for the Senior Men's Epee Team Championships. The medals will be presented by Stewart, President of the Commonwealth Fencing Federation. The first set of bronze medals will be presented to representing Wales, Mark Bertholter, George Morris, Hugh Richards and Will Sturgeon. In the silver medal position, representing Scotland, Jamie Byrne, Callum Johnston, Alex Papadopoulos and Jonathan Woolard. medals will be presented by Chris Barron, head of the referee committee for the International Wheelchair and Amputee Sports Federation. In the bronze medal position, representing India, Rekha Tanwar. In the second bronze medal position, representing England, Emily Holder. In the silver medal position, representing India, Malti. And in the gold medal position, the 20. In the gold medal position and the 2022 women's individual foil category A Commonwealth fencing champion representing Wales, Gemma Collis. Please now all stand if you are able and face the flags opposite the podium for the national anthem of Wales. Please now welcome to the podium in the gold medal position in the women's wheelchair foil category B, representing England, Justine Moore. welcome to the podium the competitors in the inaugural integrated women's foil team competition. Trophies for this event will be presented by Hilary Philbin, President of British Fencing. In second place, representing